My first encounter was about 10 years ago. I had set up along a clearing and was a good 20 feet up in a tree. As dawn was approaching, I had a large 12-point buck slowly coming into the clearing about 400 yards off. I let it come closer and took aim and shot it in the kill zone through the heart with a 30.06195 grain ballistic tripped round. After watching it fall through my scope, I slung my gun, getting ready to climb down. And then, I watched this deer get up, running back into the woods on two legs. I have no idea what happened, but had heard of skinwalkers in my youth from my grandmother, so I noped out of there immediately. A few years later, I was in the same hunting area. I had set up my stand and ladder the previous day, and around midnight hiked out to my stand so I could be ready for dawn. I got into my stand at around 2 AM and was waiting patiently. After a couple of hours, around 6 AM, 30 minutes till sunup, I heard something grab a hold of my ladder. Then it sounded like something was climbing my ladder. I pointed my rifle straight down and fired. I hit something on my first shot and heard a scream. So I naturally emptied the rifle, still pointing straight down the ladder. I didn't dare look down for fear of what I had heard in stories of locking eyes with these beasts. I pulled out my .357 mag revolver, proceeding to empty the cylinder towards the sound of movement again. Once that was spent, I reloaded it, continuing my barrage. There was still something out there and I could hear it. I had one bullet left. I pull out my 9mm that I kept with me. I fire a few rounds towards the noise. Then, I wait till the morning. A few rounds left in my 9mm, clutching it for dear life. When morning came, I look at my surroundings and climb out of my tree. Around my tree stand was a darkish blood, and it went off deeper into the woods. I hiked to the trail as fast as I can. When I got there, I saw someone else in the distance. He was going the same direction I was. He also looked scared. I reloaded everything while he was closing the distance. Once he got closer, I asked him if he's heading out too. He told me he heard a lot of gunshots and a scream. I asked him where the post was. He points in the direction where the blood trail goes. He said he heard something running by him after the gunshot stopped, and when dawn hit, saw something animist running around on two legs. I got his name. We'll call him Jim. And he told me that we should get out of the woods. He was a native to the area and half Cherokee, and told me if he saw what I saw, he would leave immediately. So we get out of the woods. Surprisingly, we both park in the same area and share a beer, and around noon, we summoned up the courage to go back for our things. After a slow hike, when we went to my stand first, my steel ladder that was secured by ratchet straps and bungees to the tree is literally ripped from the tree. It was bent and torn up. My tree stand is still in that tree to this day, I assume. He looked at the blood trail and went white. The tracks are a mix of human and canine. We made it to his tree stand after a bit. He was only 800 feet from where I was, amazingly. His gear, strewn across the forest floor like mine, a bent ladder, but unlike my tree stand, his had been ripped from the tree. We both left the area and went back to our vehicles. So after that encounter, Jim and me traded phone numbers and hung out. Whenever I went to hunt, we'd do this. But it kind of become a thing to go hunting together now. He knew the woods better than I did. He was good company, and about 2 years after the incident that caused us to meet, we're posted up in a blind cage in a clearing. We generally put our stands close, or hunted back to back in a blind over the 2 years we hunted together. If one of us had a shot when we're in a blind, we would signal to the other with a tap from our elbows. That morning, we both had a shot. We both fired. I hit a doe. I was aiming square in the chest. As it went down, it turns and runs on its back legs, dead sprinting into the woods. Jim's quarry did the same thing after he hit it. We went to investigate, and once the animals turned, the hoof sprinters got larger, and then changed to human tracks. Jim said we have to leave, and I'm not going to disagree with him. We both stopped hunting in the woods after that encounter. I have no clue to this day what happened in those woods. I've heard of skinwalkers before, but from what I can tell, they're far more durable. I mean, I used a 30.06 with 195 grain ballistic tip rounds every time I go hunting. Nothing should be able to survive that, especially where I hit them. But those are my stories. I hope to God I don't get any more. The area that we lived in initially was a slightly out of town neighbourhood near a park that was a sacred site to the tribe of the Anzi before them. Because of its location, it was a bit isolated and the homes were all company owned. I mean, most of them had stood empty for quite a while, to be honest. But the company that my SO worked for at the time had just started opening them up for their employees. There were maybe 15 homes in this little pocket neighbourhood with lots of space between them, and only 3 of them had anybody actually living in them, including ours. On our street, there was a single empty house across the street, some basketball courts next door, an empty house next door to that, and an occupied home at the very top of the road with its back to the park. Now the streets out on the Navajo Res are pretty dark, even in neighbourhoods. For this long road, there were just 2 street lights, one at the bottom and, yep, one at the top. So being in the middle is quite dark, pretty awesome to stargazing at the same time. Our house is nestled at the bottom at the steep slope, so the road in front of us is up a 6-foot ridge. I'd been out there for less than a year when it all started. I was a smoker, so I'd go out in the evenings to smoke, and I'd sit outside on my bench, smoke a cigarette and bounce between them, looking at the stars, checking around my feet for scorpions. The first thing I ever noticed was hearing a kind of mad and chaotic flute sound. It sounded like somebody had a recorder and told a toddler, "Play it now." Some poor parents in this practically empty neighbourhood had given their kid a recorder and were being tortured with it. God damn. I kind of laughed at their imagined misery and didn't think much of it. The next night, at around 9:30 again, I heard the same flute sound, laughing at the poor parents. I don't think much of it, but it's the same after that. On the 4th night, however, I was up later than usual and went outside to smoke a cigarette. I heard a whoop sound coming from the basketball court where the next door neighbours are, but I can't figure out where the sound's coming from. It appears to be a small pocket of trees, but I'm not certain. It sounded distinctly human, so I decided to call it a night and go to bed. The following night, I went outside for a cigarette and was sitting there when I saw something small and distinct moving through the trees, but on the road. I sat there smoking, watching it, trying to figure out what this thing was. I wasn't too worried because my SO was awake in the front room with the front door open, and if anything was going to whoop me at the time, he would be there in a second. Whatever it was though, it doesn't look human. It was far too small and low to the ground, so I just watched it, curious to see what it was. Now its fur is very light coloured. When it cleared the trees, it actually started to casually continue up the road in front of my house. I figured that, yeah, it's a cat because of the size and colour. Now I think to myself, there's no way it can be anything else. I mean, it has to be a cat. To me, it looked like somebody's cat's gotten out of their home and just got lost or something. I start to get worried about it though, because the house at the top of the road has some big dogs living there, so I put my cigarette out and decide that an investigation's in order. I made my way up my driveway and slowly tried to catch up with the cat because I don't want to scare it and send it running straight into the dogs where it'll meet its fate. There didn't seem to be much of a rush though, as the cat had taken a meandering on the road ahead of me, so I start calling it softly, trying to coax it over to me so I can rescue the poor thing. When I get within 10 feet of it, however, I realise that there's something seriously wrong with it. It had no tail, its body is lumpy and odd. It looked as though it's floating above the ground instead of walking on it, and its legs swung back and forth rhythmically instead of stepping. The head didn't even appear to have ears. I feel absolute terror. I have no idea what I'm looking at, because this is not right. Something about the whole situation is just off. I've run down the driveway, having my hand on the screen door to go inside when I stop myself and turn to look at it one more time. The not cat had stopped where I'd been sitting, with the ridge and a chain link fence between us now. I then run inside. I figured it was safe to keep watching it because I must figure out what it is at least, surely. I let the screen door go and turn to watch. After a few seconds, the not cat started working its way up the road again towards the house at the top. Just before it got to where the light from the streetlight shone down though, it stopped in the dim light and started to roll around furiously in the clay. All I could see was fur and dust, but then it stopped and rose up, this time appearing much larger than the cat before. It moved into the light, and that's when I saw what appeared to be an elderly woman. She slowly walked on all fours and quickly positioned herself directly under the streetlight, then crouching down to stare at me. I don't know how long we stared at each other for, but to that point, my SO spotted me outside the door, totally frozen, coming out to investigate. I don't say a word, and he looked over at where I was staring. I'm now uttering some weird, scared obscenities. He grabbed me and dragged me into the house, closing the door behind me. He was Navajo, so was pretty upset that I was gawking at a skinwalker instead of running inside and locking the door behind me like a sensible person. He was even more livid when he found out that I had actually thought it was a cat trying to capture it. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and had to deal with my gaming friends and even my mother, who knew I never done drugs or drank before, implying that I was somehow either drunk or high from this experience. Thanks, Mum. The rules totally changed after that night. I wasn't allowed to go outside anymore without my SO, and never after he went to bed. On our next visit shortly after this, we were eating dinner in the kitchen when my cat very uncharacteristically jumps on me. He's never done this before. He climbs on my shoulder and starts hissing and growling at something behind me. The only thing behind me was the laundry room with a small little window, and my SO and eldest saw the past gloopy white face of a skinwalker peering through it, watching us eat dinner. This can't be real. All we could really do is shut the door to the laundry room and not go outside. Out on the res where we were at, the garbage cans were kept in these elevated cages to keep animals, especially wild dogs, from knocking them over. The next morning, we came out to find our garbage cans are completely rotted through. When we put them back, we spotted dusty mountain lion tracks on top of one of the lids. To me, this is really interesting because it wasn't a random collection of paws like you'd imagine from an animal working up there knocking it over. No. They were neatly lined up like the mountain lion was a bunny scrolling across the top of it. They were definitely not legitimate animal tracks, but more like somebody stamped to the top with a mountain lion paw. It was at this point that my SO decided that we need to contact a medicine man. What we didn't know at the time was that during all of this, my eldest had woken up in the middle of the night and thought he heard me, so turned on his light to come and see me. It took him at least 15 years to tell me about this, but apparently, when he come out of his room, he realised our door was shut and the lights were all off in the house. He looked down the hall and saw two dimly glowing red eyes. He did what any 6-year-old does and closed the door and hid. Anyway, my SO called his uncle, whose father was a medicine man, and told him what we were seeing. Our medicine man was a crystal gazer and singer and was really interesting. We didn't tell him anything about what we had seen at all, but somehow he knew everything. He knew that I had seen this very unusual coloured fur and told us that the skinwalker that I had seen was actually the head of the locals. She's very old and the one to wear the fur. Her purpose out there that night was to teach the youngers how to be better predators. Unfortunately for us, because I reacted the way I did, the elderly skinwalker decided that I must have power that she's not seen before, so there was nothing we could do. She's now interested. She wanted to find out what my power was, and if I posed any threat to her. If I don't, then she's gonna try and kill me and take my power. Luckily for me, I didn't have a power other than an equal measure of abject stupidity and curiosity. Unlucky for us, because of this, she never figured out what my power was, and she's maybe resentful for the fact that I got completely duped and rushed inside thereafter. It didn't matter what the house we lived in from that moment on. The flute started up at night, and thereafter, skinwalkers would appear. My father owns a small delivery service that operates out of Farmington, NM. We mostly deliver small packages out to the middle of nowhere that are too much of a hassle for large delivery companies to bother with. My dad is the only employee, and we have a few pickup trucks and a trailer. One day, we get a delivery out to Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo reservation, about 2 hours from Farmington. My dad gets a call for the job while he's chilling with his Navajo friend, so he's there with Travis and his girlfriend. Travis mentions how he's got family in Window Rock, and he hasn't seen them in ages and suggests to go with him. It was about 6 or 7 at the time, and it was in the summertime, so my dad decides that we'll go down together. He can do his delivery really quick, then while Travis sees his family, we can go check out the Window Rock, which is a big rock with a large hole in it. It's pretty cool. Now we had to go in separate trucks, because my dad's is weighed down with freight. We decided to bring along some walkie-talkies so we can communicate with one another. We spend our time in Window Rock and everything is generally uneventful, and we start heading home along the old highway with my dad and I in front, and Travis and his girlfriend in the truck behind us. Now I honestly don't remember most of the Window Rock trip, but this next part I can never forget. Now we're somewhere along the highway between Window Rock and Gallup-NM. It had just rained earlier in the day, and the rock was kind of slick, so we're taking it slow. On the left of the highway there's nothing but sandstone cliffs, and on the right there's a huge field separated from the road by a small fence. We crest the top of the hill and go towards the bottom and see what appears to be a really large dog, sitting back on its own in the middle of the road facing the cliffs. My dad calls over the radio and says, "Hey Trav, do you see that big dog?" Travis starts yelling up and says, "That's not a dog. Speed up now and hit it," almost sounding hysterical. He just keeps screaming, "Hit it, please hit it now." So my dad starts speeding up, and as we get a bit closer, I can begin to see it a bit more clearly. It's covered in this brown wiry matted hair that appears to have blood dried over it. It is still facing the cliffs, but the moment our headlights hit it, it turns and sees us. And it has a face. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's a mix between a bear and a human's face. It looks twisted and distorted, almost in pain. As we get closer to the thing, we start to realise it's actually huge. Though it was sitting on its back legs, it's still massive. We literally get inches from hitting it when it lets out this scream that sounds like somebody's filling up their lungs with water trying desperately to get sounds out. It then leaps towards the field, landing just on our side of the barbed wire fence, then leapt over another, and it's gone. Travis comes on over the radio again saying, "Please keep driving, we have to get out of here, go faster." He kept repeating the last part, "We have to get out of there and go quick." Pretty soon we're speeding like crazy, and just as we start to get near somewhere, we get pulled over. Travis pulls his truck over with us, and naturally this makes the cop, another homeman himself, very on edge, and he immediately asks why Travis felt the need to pull us over as well. Travis says, "Dude, we just saw a skinwalker a few miles back and it's been following us." The officer turns white and says he's got no problems with us, and just says make sure we keep going. We didn't see anything else that night, but when we got home, Travis refused to let us go without taking home some kind of Navajo totem thing that's supposed to keep it away. So I live in a weird neighbourhood, in the oldest house there. A rich guy built this house here as a hunting lodge in the 1800s. Now before it become a little tucked away shrub within the house in bloom post World War II. Maybe it's worth mentioning that my parents brought the home from the last two remaining descendants of aforementioned rich guy, who both promptly died after the sale. Now this neighbourhood is known for having weird things happen here. Even in the town. I mean strange lights, ghosts, even cryptic creatures. A lot of occultists exist in the area too. Now, here's what's weird about the neighbourhood. The coyotes. There's a giant pack of coyotes in the area. Normally in a wooded area, that's fine, because the coyotes are on steroids, huge muscular things, and they look mangy. They've been known to track and follow hikers, and often people's pets and livestock get mauled or killed by them at night. They're just huge. To someone who isn't local, they think they're wolves. At night, they howl, bark, scream and yelp, starting almost like clockwork at 12. There's rumours that they aren't exactly coyotes, just because of how strange they look and behave. Now I actually spoke to a native friend of mine who said they sound an awful lot like his childhood stories of skinwalkers or wendigos. I did some research, but I didn't know if it could be related really. He told me to remain inside at night and don't investigate sounds. Normally, I've avoided the pack's troublemaking. I have no animals that go outside, as my 4 indoor cats always stay in. The main hangout seems to be the farm or ranch up the street. However, until the other night, now full disclosure, I've been smoking, but not really enough to trip this, but regardless, there was a single coyote in the neighbour's yard across the street. It was barking, howling and yelping at the coyotes, like they do every night, but again, completely alone. It didn't sound right. It sounded like a very good coyote impression, but not good enough to be believed 100%. I suddenly remembered what my native friend had warned me of, and slowly closed and locked my window, shut my blinds and hid underneath my comforter. The howling and yelping abruptly stopped. Now there's some really tense silence for minutes. Then it starts whistling. It was some piss poor attempt at calling a bird. At that point, I knew it was exactly what I'd been warned of, but what can I do? Get up and run? Risk making more noise? I'm frozen. Then I heard scuffling across the roof, near my bedroom window, which is right above my head. There was some ragged breathing. Yes, quiet, but it sounds like the wind. Then my ears start to ring, unbearably loudly, enough that it hurt. It became louder, like something's coming closer to me. As the sounds get louder, I become more terrified now. I started to hear scraping against the glass on my window, like somebody with long fingernails is placing their hands on the glass, dragging them across it. All the while, I was still under my blanket holding my breath, trying my damn best to convince myself to stay still. Whatever was out there, please leave me alone. Like my prayers are being answered, suddenly it stopped, and the howling and barking resumed though. As usual, spot near the ranch down the street. God, at dusk the next day, I wafted a lit sage bundle indoors and out, and sprinkled salt at every entry point. Nothing's happened yet, but I'm not safe. I never saw that thing outside the window again, but I'm so scared it's gonna come back. I'm sure it's stalking me now. I just pray it stops. I was driving home from work. I work nights on an Air Force base and stopped by McDonald's to treat myself after my PT test. I had to drive extremely far from my home to find an open McDonald's at 2:15 in the morning. When I finally found one, about 30 minutes from home. After getting my food, I start driving home. The entire way home, I felt an extremely existential dread, like something was off, but about the road I was on. And I felt like I was alone and would never see my wife again. I was on a stretch of highway with trees on both sides and 0 cars passing. After about 10 minutes of driving with no other cars, I saw a spotlight. The light was green, but there was a deer standing under the light. Now it had been raining a hell of a lot, and there's a puddle under the deer, making it appear as though its legs are conjoined in a weird way, and that it's around a foot taller than it should have been. When I drove up to it, I realised it wasn't a reflection, and that's just how it was. I went to drive around it, and as soon as my front bumper got past the deer, my radio suddenly blasted static. I turned the radio off and floored it. When I was around the deer, the radio come on again. Now things get worse. The deer seems to be running right alongside me at stupid speeds. I went 20 over the speed limit on my way home because I had to. Cut through private housing, over speed bumps and whatnot. I had to lose this thing. I got to my driveway, sprinted inside, shut all the curtains and locked the doors. And since then, I've been too scared to even drive at night again, let alone go out on my own. Okay, so my first story is actually my friend's story. So during these times, things took place when we were all in high school. I already knew about skinwalkers and the like, but when these things happened to me, I wasn't sure if it really was a skinwalker at the time or something else. I've noticed that most of the people who tell me they've experienced the same phenomenon live in the same area that I do, and my friend is no exception. Let's call him Jay. Jay lives maybe 5 minutes away from me. She told me that in her bus, there's this one area that they drive by to drop this kid off. She said she doesn't know why, but it always gives her the creeps. She told me that one early morning, when they were driving in that area to pick him up, all the kids in the bus saw this deer running alongside the bus. Not away from it, but besides it. She said it looked weird as hell. You know, the usual stuff about appearing humanoid. And it didn't look right. Like its limbs were awkwardly bent in a way that didn't seem human. And its eyes were freaky. This is my friend who doesn't know anything about skinwalkers or anything of that mumbo jumbo. So I basically get chills. I tried being reasonable though, because you know, maybe she just saw a regular deer, and since it was dark out, she just got confused, because it's Florida. We're not supposed to get that kind of thing down here. However, Jay swore up and down that it was not a normal deer. She said they all saw it and the bus driver slowed down to get a better look because everyone was weirded out by it, and it was basically something they've never seen before. After a while it ran off to disappear. Jay could have made this up, but like I said, why would she, and she's never seen anything like it. So anyway, I get freaked out because here I am knowing about this frickin' skinwalker, and my friend is literally clueless, thinking it's just a regular weird animal and she's just had a weird experience. Oh god. I ask her, do you even know what skinwalkers are? She just looked at me and said, what's that? I googled it and showed her the deceptions of skinwalkers, and she said, that's what I saw, but it had the head of a deer. She kept on saying it didn't look human or like an animal. After a while too, the kid from that bus stop didn't come back. Although that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this, I just thought it was weird. So we were freaking out together, because what she said reminded me about what I heard at night, about it not being animal or human. See, a couple of years back before she told me the story, I found myself one night sitting in my backyard like really early, maybe 3 in the morning or so, because I was thinking about things due to personal reasons, and I'm kinda just chilling and enjoying the silence when all of a sudden I hear this really freaky echoing scream from far away. The only way I can describe it as though that a woman and a cat were trapped together inside of a bag screaming like they're getting murdered. I know mountain lions, foxes and owls are a thing, and they make the weirdest calls, but I looked up that stuff and it's just not the same. Like usually, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's an animal, right? It's just common sense. like my friend said, but that don't sound like animal or human. It sounded really unnatural and weird. Now, me being me, I was really upset at first. Now, the thing was really far away, and I actually thought that they might even be killing someone in the streets at 3 AM. That thing travelled so fast though. It sounded freaky as hell, and it was getting closer as it got to the more weird and unnatural sound. It only took me a couple of seconds to realise that this isn't a woman and this ain't a cat. Because while this was going down, I was going through it in my head like, what the hell is that thing? The first thing went from sounding like a good couple of miles away to being in my goddamn neighbourhood in 5 seconds. It was so weird because 1 second it sounded far away, and the next, it's on my street. I had a heart attack. The second I stood up, the scream just stopped. Just like it started. And I'm really thinking at this point that it must be in front of my house. I walk as calmly as possible back inside, locking the doors. And the scream was back again, far away. I also heard some scraping and tapping sounds on my windows, but it happens at the same time now. I'd say 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning, and seen some black figures that aren't really affected by light outside of my house. To add detail to those things so you can get a feel for it, basically what happened is that I was doing a project for class, and since I procrastinate like I'm a pro up until 2 AM, I go to wash my hands from all the graphite, and the water's running while I hear a scraping sound against one of the bedroom doors that leads to my backyard. Now, most of the door is made up of these glass panes, the kind that make everything appear distorted and like blobby ash lumps. But then I see something pointy, dark against the window, almost looking ghost-like. I turn off the water and wait a bit, and it comes back and scrapes against the window again. I'm not trying to freak out, but my hands are shaking. It's stupid, but I actually whisper, "What are you doing?" while my voice trembled, and it stopped. I stop, and I don't hear anything except for what sounded like somebody walking by the window to the house every now and then. It continued that way for some nights too. Off and on, I would be hearing footsteps by my window, and even a tap on the window. Sometimes I ignored them, and other times I look out to see who's there, but I never see anyone. Another night I'd been outside in my backyard again, after having a rough day. It was maybe 3 or so AM in the morning. I'm sitting outside on the trampoline relaxing. I suddenly notice it's quiet, like kind of an uneasy silence that feels like a vacuum. I get this feeling of dread like I'm being watched, and I snap my head to the left and catch a glimpse of a humanoid dark figure under the side of my fence immediately. I'm a little freaked out because I notice that this thing is pure black. The streetlight hits it, but didn't do anything at all. It almost looked cartoony, if that makes any sense, because it's like the laws of physics don't apply to this thing. See, the reason I'm ranting about this is that I told both my friends my own story in psychology class at the same time. A lot of kids there live around my area. I mean like 5 to 15 max away. And they all start screaming, and the entire class went crazy when I finished because apparently they've all experienced the exact same thing as me. One girl told me about also hearing the tapping on her window at night. Another one told me about a really dark figure that seemed to follow her at night time, also screaming from the woods. Pretty much everyone's heard the screaming. It sounded the same, but that's the thing. In completely different time frames. That's the weird part, because everyone's voice sounds different. So how could she describe the same thing I did? You know, like, if people were really killing each other out there, none of us thought it was an animal either. We all agreed from that point our town is pretty haunted, but I don't know. I mean, if there's any animal that sounded like that, I want to know, because that didn't sound like anything I've ever heard before. I want to be enlightened, I want it to be something normal, but I just don't think it can be. The only person I heard of who's seen anything remotely specific is my friend's best friend from art school, who went on the bus, and apparently, like, it's really bad to talk about skinwalkers, and even worse, if you see them, it's like bad mojo. These things are said to be able to travel very quickly, so thinking about that made it seem like we experienced a skinwalker. Okay, so I had this saved in my notes for a while, but today I just asked my co-worker, who was also my friend in high school who lives nearby. He got all spooked and said that he's heard and seen the same things, but he's very spiritual and often has visions. He told me that he believes they're doing dark magic in the woods because of a dream he had about some hooded up group sacrificing a woman and a cat. Which is freaky, because it also turns out that behind our local dog park, there's a patch of woods with dodgy stuff going down there. I was shown this by an acquaintance during my freshman year who lives a couple of streets away. Down the path in the woods, after some time of walking, there's this huge cross smack bang in the middle of nowhere. It's basically raw. Some crooked old nails struck together with a rope hanging from where you'd put your hands to be crucified. It's huge too, and whenever I decide to check it out, I have this horrible feeling like I don't want to be there or something bad's gonna happen. Anyway, he says I'm not the first person that he knows has told him about experiencing these things. He's also had his experience while there with humanoid figures. He says that he saw one turn around and look at him, directly in the eyes as though it was trying to intimidate him before vanishing. So we basically don't mess with anything in the woods near me. My father died about 5 years ago, unexpectedly from a heart attack. To say it was hard on my mother would be an understatement. Our old house in Knoxville just didn't feel the same anymore, and about a year later, my mum and I made plans to take ourselves and an elderly dog, Ace, to move further south to a small town situated about half an hour from Atlanta. Just a few days before we slated to move, I had one of the most vivid dreams I've ever come to experience. All that was within my dream was my bedroom, a picture-perfect recreation of the real thing. I sometimes wonder if it was a sleep paralysis. To further add to the dream's realism, in the middle of the night, the street lights come on across the street that illuminate my window, creating a reflection on the wall perpendicular. In my dream, as I lay there, staring at the exact reflection on the wall, I saw an orb of smoke fade in from the shadows. Goosebumps chill across my skin as I lay there panicked, afraid to move a muscle. Suddenly it stopped moving, and steadily hung in the light's reflection as though staring at me. Without a warning, it spoke to me in my dad's voice. "I'm sending something to watch you." Despite hearing my father's voice from the orb, I'm terrified, and I don't know why. "What?" I whisper. The orb remains silent, leaving an eerily dead silence in the voice. "Damn, black." I woke up almost instantaneously. I'm gasping for breath now. The nightmare had chilled me to my core. I didn't know exactly what to make of it, especially the final words. I chalked it up to my dad wishing well on us maybe, but I couldn't shake the feeling. With the next couple of weeks, my mum and I moved out of Knoxville and headed down to South Georgia. She had managed to find a quaint little house for us. It had only 1 or 2 neighbours down there, and it's down the middle of a long gravel road in the middle of the woods. Nice for us. Probably the best reliever of all my stresses came with the move, however, was our neighbour's cat. She was a petite, older black cat that gravitated towards me almost instantly, and I treated her as though she's my own. I left out a can of food once or twice a week for her. Even if I didn't call out for her, when she saw me outside, she'd run up to me, helping ease my tensions. Less than a month into our new house, I suddenly awoken to a faint coughing that sounded like it was coming from downstairs. The important thing to know about our dog is that he has a collapsed trachea. He needs medicine to calm the condition down. So I'm used to walking up in the middle of the night to get his medicine. I proceed downstairs from my bedroom to give him his cough medicine, but I couldn't find him anywhere through the house. He wasn't in his bed sleeping, and he wasn't in the kitchen. I mean, literally nowhere to be found. I didn't check my mum's room, however, as I didn't want to wake her up. Besides, I wouldn't have heard the coughing if he had been in there anyway, so I just let it be. That's when I heard the coughing again, but it was coming from further away. It's outside now. I look over to the side door patio leading to the woodlands, and realised I'd forgotten to shut it. There it stood, slightly ajar. He got out. I immediately ran outside with a flashlight and started calling out for my dog. "Ace! Ace!" I shouted out into the neighbouring woods. I heard another cough and shined my light in its direction. That time, it had echoed from down the gravel road. I swear, a path had never looked so terrifyingly desolate before in my life. I stared down that long gravel road that led us to our new home, but in that moment, I thought my dog was lost, and chalk it up to the new house jitters. I go, "Ace, come on," pressing on. But then I heard it, the cough I'd been following, almost right beside me, but this time, it didn't stay a dry cough like it had been before. Instead, it slowly descended into a low growl. I shined my light towards the sound. There stood a bright red fox in the middle of the path. For a moment, I figure it's the fox that I'd mistaken for my dog. The whole time, as I was processing what I was seeing, it stared directly at me, its eyes glowing. However, our stare was broke when it tilted its head to the right, looking down, and there was our neighbour's little black cat staring beside me. However, it had completely changed its persona, no longer happy, affectionate, not the cat I knew. Instead, it arched its back upright, every fibre of her hair standing uneasily, uttering the lowest growl I've ever heard from a feline. In that moment, I figured she's just scared of the fox, so I knelt down beside her in a bid to coax her away and avoid fox hunting her. But no matter how many times I tried to coax her out of fight mode, she wouldn't. That's when I looked towards the direction of the fox once more, but there wasn't a fox anymore. Instead, in the exact same spot of the gravel road, was a walking, rotten corpse of a coyote roadkill, slowly moving towards me. It took a step back. I'm absolutely mortified of what I'm seeing. Its jaws hanging loose, eyes are blood-stained, wobbling now. I've rubbed my eyes in disbelief, hoping I'm imagining it. But it was there, and it was real. And despite what was in front of us, the black cat just kept on growling at me. Suddenly, it stopped. The creature had ceased its walk towards me. For a moment, it just stood there, glancing back and forth between myself and this little black cat that was trying to defend me, I now realise. That's when I mistakenly heard this beast mutter two words almost. Damn black. In a flash, the creature ran straight into the woods. I shined my flashlight in its direction, but it's completely vanished. Even the brush it came from looked untouched. That's when the cat standing behind me calmed herself down. Almost as though nothing happened, she rubbed herself against my leg, returning to normal, now in a very loving state and manner. Despite technically not being mine, I scoop her up and run back inside the house and upstairs with the little black cat snuggled up in my arms. I decide to poke my head into my mum's room. Lying on the floor, sound asleep, is Ace, who had been here the whole time. I quietly close her door before bolting upstairs, making sure the little cat slept with me that night. From the research I've done, I am almost certain that I was a victim of a skinwalker. Okay, I posted a skinwalker encounter yesterday. I found it helped me, getting it off my chest and out into the open. Now this story goes into some of the details about injuries. The details are not too bad in my opinion, but you've had your warning. Now for some background, I was 16, around 2016 when this happened. I live in Massachusetts, which is where this happened. The day starts normally. I went to school, had a test in vet tech, and I took the bus home. Both my parents were at work like normal, but after 3 hours when my mum should have been home, I got worried. Around 5 PM, I got a phone call from my dad who told me that my mum's in a car accident and they're both in the hospital and they're gonna be there for a while. It got very late, almost 10, and my parents weren't home, so I decided to put my younger brothers to bed. I stayed up waiting for my parents to get home. I spent my time reading and writing an essay for school until around 1 in the morning. I got a call from my dad who said that he wasn't coming home. He was staying in a motel that was closer to the hospital. I just got off the phone and finished that part of the essay that I was on. I gather my stuff and walk through the kitchen, heading towards the stairs that leads upstairs when a terrifying loud moaning screeches through my ears. The moaning came from outside. I mean, it's super loud, but would stop occasionally. Like whatever it was had a voice crack, almost sounding pained. I turn on the outside light to see an ugly sight. Sitting in the yard just feet from my house is a coyote, horribly injured. Its head's caved in, its paws bleeding. This was evident by the pool of blood. It appeared that it had a long, deep gash all down its back. I reach in my pocket going for my phone. only to realise I left it on the table I'd been working on. Oh god. I turned and rushed back to the table. I was planning on calling a local vet clinic that I knew was open 24/7. When I reached the table, the moaning got much louder and more pained. Then it stopped. I grabbed my phone and ran back to the window. At first I was confused as hell. The coyote's gone, replaced by a common tabby cat. It was odd. The cat was sitting in exactly the same place that the coyote was sitting in. Weird. After the initial shock, I noticed that the tabby cat had the exact same injuries. Same part of the head caved in, same bleeding and gashes. Now I couldn't pinpoint the difference for a good few minutes, but then I realised that on the right shoulder blade it is exactly the same. I dropped my phone. As soon as my phone hit the floor, the cat starts meowing loudly. I'm now stuck here terrified as it meows at me. It's not even blinking. After a good 10 minutes, I slowly pick up my phone off the floor. I straighten back up and look out the window, and the cat's gone. It had only gone for a few seconds, and in that short time, it vanished. Some unknowing feeling come over me. I don't know what it was. Worry for the animal? Curiosity? Maybe. Hell, it might have been something that the animal made me feel. I have no clue. Now outside, I first walked to the blood puddle and looked for a trail of blood, and I found it. I started to follow the trail and found that it ended as soon as it got past the gates. To make sure that I just couldn't see it in the dark, I pulled out my phone and illuminated the ground. I looked for 5 minutes and don't find anything. Like the cat and trail had vanished. I called the veterinary clinic and they sent out a car. They look around for things, but they can't find anything. At the time I didn't think anything of this, but thereafter I realised there's no trail of blood leading to my house. I have no idea what this thing was. None of my searches have come up with anything. I'm honestly completely dumbfounded as to what this creature was. I only hope it wasn't a skinwalker attacking these. My wife and I were driving through the northern part of Arizona on Highway 89 between Flagstaff and Page. It's about 1 AM, as we're on the third shift at the time and often drove at night to avoid traffic. I saw a few set of eyes glowing in my headlights a little ways up the road, so I let off the gas, slowing down to avoid hitting an animal in the road. When we drove by, we see several dogs or coyotes on the side of the road, and I hit the gas and drove by. After we passed, my wife said, "One of them was running next to my car," and I looked over and saw it, probably 20 feet off the shoulder of the road. I floored it, and I see that it stood up on its own hind legs and kept pace with us for a couple of seconds before turning away from the road and disappearing. The whole event probably lasted no more than 15 seconds, but God, it is the most terrifying 15 seconds of my life. This was probably 20 years ago, and we still rarely talk about it. We live in a rural community on the Navajo reservation. My aunt and her 2 brothers were home alone while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they don't have electricity, and like many people there, they've been outside in the dark for about an hour, and my aunts and uncles are getting ready for bed. Outside, they hear noises, as though someone is moving things around them. My oldest uncle then went outside to see what's going on, and he saw a figure outside the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary because the closest neighbour is miles away. Whatever it was opened the truck door and began to dig through personal items. My uncles and aunts were frightened by the sight and knew they must take action. They took out the rifle and steadied themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door, aiming the gun at the figure in the dark. They're shaken at this point. The figure then turned and starts towards them, totally unfazed by the weapon. My uncle pulled the trigger, but nothing happens. The figure drew closer and my aunt began to smell something like a rotten corpse. It's so strong she began to gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger, no luck. The figure came closer and closer, but now, off in the distance, headlights are approaching. My grandparents are returning. The figure looks towards the lights and starts to move away and tucks itself behind a tree near the home. My oldest uncle ran towards a truck with the gun. My grandfather got out of the car and my uncle pointed to the tree. That thing was poking out its head to observe what they're doing. My grandfather ran into the house and over to the stove, grabbing a handful of ashes and rubbing it over the gun, and placed an ash-covered bullet to the chamber. He walked out onto the porch and fired towards a tree. Whatever that thing was did not expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed, and the figure began running. My grandpa chased my aunt inside and my uncles and grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so as my grandfather and uncles chased after the figure, the truck was bouncing and the headlights were not fixed on one particular spot. My uncle swears that whenever the headlights would hit, the figure he saw a woman. Not only that, whatever it was running on its fours like a bear. My grandfather must stop now as they're nearing a ditch with a 30-feet drop. He got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says that he was yelling about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared and he knew it was her to leave the family alone. After a few days, there was the news that the woman that my grandfather was yelling about had passed. I've always been told that if you know who the skinwalker is, say their name and it will kill them. Out on the Navajo reservation, we don't have the city come and collect our trash, so we have to burn the trash out in these huge burning barrels. Not very eco-friendly, I know, but it's what we have to do. Now if you don't light the trash properly, the fire will go out and the trash will sit in the barrel. This is important because we are told to dispose of personal hygiene items. If you removed all your hair from your brush, make sure the trash burned. If it was that time, you had to make sure everything was burned. They tell us things because skinwalkers have been known to dig through trash in order to find out things they can use against us. They use the things that were briefly connected to bring misfortune onto others. Some of my family members take part in the sport of rodeo, so to practice, they have a dummy rope and throw it at things and try to bring them in. My two male cousins were enjoying themselves outside, taking turns swinging the rope at the fake calf. The elders are always adamant that we shouldn't stay out past sundown, where that it's pitch black for miles. But my cousins aren't superstitious and are under streetlight. My cousins are joking and laughing, having a great time. That changes when the oldest cousin looks over to a burn barrel. A dark figure is bent over, rummaging through the garbage that's failed to burn. My cousins devise a plan that they're gonna grab weapons and chase it. They move strategically so that they are able to flank the figure. They run full speed at it and begin yelling and swinging. My cousin states that they kept this up for the most part until the figure ran under the streetlight. But that's when my cousins see that what they thought was actually a person is actually a goat. Why would they think it is a person? The goat was running on its hind legs. Fear runs through their bodies as the figure runs off into the darkness. Now feeling nervous and not entirely accepting what they've just seen, they began roping the dummy again. There's an awkward silence amongst the boys who just saw something unnatural, but talking about it now would just make it seem real. The boys roped in silence until one of them looked over to a tree. There's a head peeking out at them. If they didn't pay attention to it, whatever it was would poke its head out from the tree to stare. When they would look in the direction of the tree, it would move quickly out of sight. This was the final straw. My cousins ran back into the house. They told their parents and my uncle come out. It was still there, poking its head from behind a tree. My uncle loaded up his gun and starts walking towards the tree line. He aimed it and pulled the trigger. Gun jammed. Whatever it was began to run so fast it appeared to be a blur. When it left, my uncle came in and gave the boys a thorough lecture about staying out late. One of my cousins then told my uncle that whatever it was had been digging through the trash barrel. They went to investigate the creature that's hauled a lot of things out of the barrel, which was odd. There were tracks all around the area. They followed the tracks, but they suddenly vanish, dead in the middle of nowhere, with no possible way they could have went. The Navajo Reservation is the largest reservation in the United States. It goes into New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona. This story takes place in the northeast region of Arizona, near Indian Wells. This was told by people from around that area. If you're heading west on State Highway 15, out towards Dilton, you come to a stretch of road that goes into a small valley. I remember going down this road in my youth. If you ever looked at the horizon, it would seem as if the road kept going. Then suddenly your car would be pulled down by gravity as though being followed by the road. It would always give me butterflies when we would get to the drop. When I heard about this story, it made my stomach feel different. A man was driving home one night and it's very late. It was a drive that he had done before, so he wasn't bothered by it. When you're driving on the reservation, sometimes there isn't any way to keep cattle from getting on the road. No fences means that you need to be extra aware. I always get told to look out for black horses. If you see a black horse, then you'll be able to see anything else that may wander into the path of your vehicle. So this man is driving home, not really paying much attention. He drives down the slope, but when he gets to the bottom of the valley, he sees it. He doesn't have time to react. Suddenly, a horse comes out of the darkness. He slams his brakes but can't stop. The impact is enough to deploy the airbags. The man is tossed around a bit. He turns on the emergency lights and gets out of the car to assess damage. The front of the car is crumpled and one of the headlights is destroyed. He cursed out loud. This was the worst place to have an accident. He didn't have signal for help. Then he thinks of the horse. This man went into his cab and got a small keychain flashlight. He starts shining around looking for the animal. He heard noises, but they don't sound like a horse. But he was absolutely positive that he hit a horse. As he approaches the sounds, he could see the animal's fur moving from its ragged breathing. As he got closer, he began to realize what it was. An elderly woman wrapped in a large spelt. She was moaning from pain. The man stopped dead in his tracks due to fear. He stumbled back to his truck. Although it suffered plenty of damage, he was able to drive off. Once he got signal again, he called the authorities. An ambulance drove out there and recovered her. She's then driven to the local care facility. Due to the fact that many of the healthcare staff were Navajo, no one wanted to touch the woman. The woman known in the community was thought to be bedridden. This was shocking because she was so far from home, and the state she was in was off-putting. She had on her attire when she arrived. The nurses called her family to come in. When she got there, they removed her jewelry. When her family got there, they were frightened. But there was some non-Navajo staff in there that provided care. She only had bumps and scrapes, which didn't make any sense at all. She's able to get up and walk around the same evening. She went home with her family that night, but apparently vanished after a few days. In Navajo culture, if you find out who a skinwalker is, you have the power to destroy them. After the community around India Wells found out, or more fittingly who she was, it was certain that her end come. I had pet rabbits as a kid. They lived outside in a cage, a really big cage inside like a bigger shed, so they had a pretty good life. But I went out with my older sister to feed them. At the time we were about 5 or 7. On the way out to the cage, we both saw what appeared to be a really tall man running inhumanly fast through our backyard. We live in what is basically a swamp, and had to have cleared this giant downed tree and run over mud and ferns. But regardless, he seems to be going through at least 20 miles per hour. We both dropped what we had and bolt inside. At the time our parents are able to convince us it's a deer. We wanted to believe them, but it just wasn't. I convinced myself for over a decade that that's what we saw. Fast forward to a few years ago, I was at a park near my house with my friend late at night. I pulled into the dirt road drive in my Outback and parked facing the old practice fence. Now we go to the field that was too foggy to see across, except for a split second. We can see what appeared to be a very tall man running across the field. We drove as fast as that Subaru could take us out that park. Now a couple of years ago, I was at the same park under similar circumstances. This time, it was clear but very windy. Now from across the field and into a field, we heard a crash and a scream. Not a crash then a scream, but simultaneous. It was the most shrill, terrifying, god-awful screech I've ever heard. More human than a fisher cat, but far louder and more sinister. Again, we noped it out of there as quick as possible. So for context, I live in southern Maryland on a large plot of land. We have 3 large farm dogs, 2 of whom are German Shepherds. They're very used to the various animals that pursue our property, and very rarely get spooked or upset. We also have lots of livestock, and it's uncommon for us to lose a random animal or find a pile of chicken feathers in the corner of our property. However, we've always been able to explain it or add extra protection for our flocks. Around 8 months ago, we started losing chickens at an alarming rate. They would disappear. Even our shepherds couldn't send them anywhere on the property. For a while, we figured it's just a barred owl or some other bird of prey. The main problem with that theory is that literally 10 would disappear at a time rather than the normal 1 or 2. We decided to put a trail cam up to watch our most eastern flock. Almost immediately, the problem stopped, so we took them down. But then it got stranger. I've always gotten sleep paralysis, and it's like to believe I'm pretty comfortable with my sleep paralysis demon. It's never really been something to concern me. However, around the same time as we started losing chickens, I would see something different in my sleep paralysis. Whereas my demon would chill in the corner and not move, this thing would hang around and move back and forth, almost like a sloth. It had long fingers and was really skinny, like, weirdly. It didn't appear human. I then noticed it constantly stared at me, whatever part of the room I was in. At the time, I decided not to worry though, and figure it's just anxiety. Which brings us up to September 2018. One night at around 2, I woke up completely able to move my body. Everything seemed normal. No one else was sleeping in the house that night, but that's pretty standard around that time of year. I glanced up at my rafters and saw the long-fingered thing moving and looking at me. Immediately I turn on my bed lamp. It's gone, yet again. I talk it up to stress and decide to go downstairs to grab a cup of water. All of our dogs are happily asleep, and I went back to bed turning off the light. The second it was dark, I could see it again, without my eyes having to adjust. This freaked me out enough, but all of a sudden I heard a Rottweiler get up and start growling. He barks and growls. I call out, but he kept going. He got louder and louder until the other dogs joined in. Now, I turned the light back on, grabbing my hunting rifle. I went downstairs and took 2 of the dogs outside, and I swear to God, I've never heard a silent night like it. I moved my flashlight slowly around the perimeter looking for the shine of eyes, or anything. All of a sudden, the chickens are going haywire. Like so loud they distract the dogs, who sprinted out towards them. I followed them only to find no chickens, and our fence is torn down. There's no animals in the area that could even try to do that. So we quickly get inside and camped out for the evening. It was quiet after that, and when the morning came, the chickens are safely back home. I stupidly figured the problem solved and decided not to worry about it. The only thing was that I started seeing the long-fingered rafter thing every time I turned out the lights. Eventually I get so freaked out, I decide to call a shaman. She told us that we have a Wendigo problem, that she would come and sage the house. We opened every single window and door, letting her do her thing, But since then, we've had no problems. The issue now is that when we walk our dogs at night, or put the chickens inside, I swear someone's watching me. I've had a couple of other people bring up that they feel weird at night, and nobody goes outside alone anymore. Whenever we walk our dogs at night, they get so paranoid and don't want to move, especially not towards the forest. The creepiest part though is sometimes at night, we hear screaming. We assume it's often coyotes, but every once in a while, it's just off enough that we get scared. A couple of times it's been a lone shriek, which is very uncommon for foxes or coyotes, and a few nights ago, we were asleep in bed when we heard a scream from directly outside our window. My partner says that he's worried that someone was hurt, so he opened our window and yells, "Is anyone out there?" And we hear a lot of shuffling like somebody scrambling off. It sounded heavier than a bird of prey, but way lighter than a person. Our dog stopped barking, and within a minute, we hear another scream a good mile away. When I was 15, my father and I loved to go camping. This is something we did whenever we had the opportunity. There was some really good forest around where we lived, full of life and sounds. Probably the most peaceful part for my dad at least was the sounds of the nature. It annoyed me, but my father loved it. It made a difference from the mechanical sounds of the job where he worked. So on one particular evening, we do some fishing. We're having a great time looking up at all the stars. The sun's just beginning to set, and you can just about see the northern star in the hemisphere. We decide to call it a night. Now while we're walking back to our camping site, my dad continually stops, not saying why. Now normally I just make fun of him, but I can see that he has his hand on his gun. I know something is wrong. I don't want to scare my dad and act as though I don't notice anything. Every time that we begin walking, we can hear a sound, louder than our own footsteps, that can't be identified as one specific thing. It's hard to describe, but almost like a deep thud, just beyond your range of hearing, but you can still notice it, if that makes sense. So anyway, we continue towards our camp when my dad suddenly shouts out, "Hey, you stop immediately, I have a gun." I ask my dad what's going on. He tells me to be quiet. He says you take one more step and this is your last warning. And with that, gunfire. There's a few moments of silence before my dad grabs my hand and tells me to run. I don't know what's going on and begin crying in fear. What's more strange is we run past our campsite. We run all the way back to where our car is and speed out of there. He tells me to never tell my mum what happened and that he'll explain one day. Now as you can imagine, this is the most terrifying experience in my life. Eventually my dad did tell me. He said he thought we were being followed by a very large man, but he eventually caught a glimpse of something in the moonlight. Now it looks like a person, yes, but upon closer inspection, he can tell that it's definitely not a normal person. He describes it to me as a skinwalker. Now I don't know too much about them, just that they're to be avoided. He said that's when he pulled the trigger. He knows he landed a direct hit on it, or at least within an inch of this creature, and it didn't even move an inch. This is when he made us begin running. So this happened 17 years ago, so please forgive me if the exact details are fuzzy. So it's the summer of 1999. I was spending the vacation with my mother in New Mexico. I was a 12-year-old at the time and had a severe attitude. I made friends easily with a few girls that lived just around the corner from my mum's home. We spent every moment together that summer. We're a group of 4, all of us thinking we were older and smarter than everyone. Nikki, Katie, Julie, and myself were the last generation of home phone lines, playing outside on the trampoline until dark and sleepovers. We would watch VHS tapes, listen to cassette tapes on our Walkman. It was okay to let your children walk around town at night, and we very rarely locked our front door. We had no cell phones or internet. My backyard had a concrete wall around it and a gate. Now behind the wall was desert as far as the eye could see. Just a barren wasteland of dirt, cacti, shrubs and mountains way off in the distance. This town had a major railroad track running straight through it. There was a major street that had a gas station, restaurant and hotels and attractions. We all received the same warnings from our parents. Stay out the desert, stay away from the tracks, and don't walk the main strip at night. Do you think we listened though? Absolutely not. Julie, Nikki, and I spent our days walking through the desert, crossing the tracks down the strip to Katie's home. Sometimes we would just walk around till dusk. Some days, we would go to my home to jump on the trampoline. This particular day, we get to Katie's house prepared to stay the weekend because her parents are out of town. We were gonna have a party. The first few nights, the girls would jump in from a spiral staircase to a giant beanbag. I refused to participate in this due to my extreme fear of heights. When we got down to the sleepover business, so to say, and decided to watch the original Exorcist, you know, the one with Linda Blair, I didn't sleep. The second night, we all told our parents that Katie's mum was going to drive us to the movies. We all got money from the movies, then promptly walked down to the strip to get junk food. Now, I wish I could say that we're aware of the surroundings, but we're not. We were absolutely oblivious of the man who followed us all the way back to the home. I feel that I should mention that Katie's parents are loaded. They have a huge property with numerous buildings, broken down cars that her dad was remodeling. Their house had a large open kitchen and dining and living room. There were no walls and the whole room was lined with windows. There were 2 doors front and back. The day was just as planned. We get our junk food and make it home safely. We made pizza in the oven, and for some reason, one of the girls turns on the news. As we're eating, we hear a story about staying inside because there's a report of a suspicious man walking on the strip. That's it, suspicious man. We laugh and joke about it. Fast forward a couple of hours. I don't remember what happened, but as girls do, someone said something that hurt Julie's feelings and she storms out of the home. I went after her, opened the front door just in time to see her lighting a cigarette. I sat there with her on a bench while she gone on about the other 2. Suddenly, the air grows thick with anxiety. Julie felt it too. I quietly ask her if she feels as though she's being watched. She responds with a little nod, and then we're blinded. Someone's in a car in the driveway. My heart's racing as I stood up, pulling Julie out of the spot she seems to be stuck in. As we turned to run inside, the man made a sound. I can't describe this sound other than a high-pitched squeal that turned into a growl. I was scared beyond all reason, but somehow I'm able to get myself and Julie inside. The moment we're inside, the headlights go off. It's pitch black again. I lock the door and turn off the light. By now, Julie has regained her composure to tell the other two what's happened. As I frantically check the back door and turn every light off, I tell them to be quiet and listen by the back door. I heard the car door close. I was praying to every god that he would go away. Then, right by my cheek, the door handle started to turn slowly, now frantically. I crawl away from the door. I now move over to where my friends are. For the next 2 or 3 hours, we sat still, listening to this man bang on every window or door trying to get inside. The phone was located across the room right next to the 2 windows. I finally got up, gathering the courage to run to the phone. I call my mum. I tell her that we're all alone and someone's trying to breach the house. I hung up with her and waited. Julie screamed to the man that we called the cops, and all of a sudden, the banging stops. We sat there listening to him getting in his car. Then, the sound starts again, that turned into a growl. He's gone now. My mum and stepdad then show up, checking out the place. They found tire tracks and cigarette butts in the driveway. Whoever this was had been watching us for a while. The truly scary part is all the scratch marks on the windows and doors. Clearly not possible for a human to make. This is why I know it was a skinwalker. Needless to say, Katie spent the rest of the weekend at Nikki's house and had a great story for her parents, which of course they didn't believe. Even to this day, I'm certain this was something supernatural and not a normal person. I just hope they never come back to me.
For context, I've been a junior firefighter for a little over a year now, and I've been working at a very old and arguably haunted firehouse. Junior firefighters can go on calls. However, we are not interior firefighters. We provide exterior support, and we search for anything that survived when the fire's been put out. Well, my first call happened 3 months into my career. I was excited and nervous. I rode with the chaplain, another junior, and 3 interior firefighters, not including those in the front seats, one of whom I didn't recognize. I thought this was because there were still people I hadn't met, and that was true. I still only knew a handful of people at the station. So I sat in the extra seat you have to pull down. Also on the truck and engine, we put on sound-canceling headsets to drown out the loud siren and to help us communicate. They're a bit weird, and you have to hold the microphone less than half an inch up to your mouth to talk and to be heard. On the way there, the other junior said something, and I couldn't hear it, so I just assumed he said something about this being my first call. Something along those lines, anyway. We arrived on the scene, and the first thing I noticed after the fire was the crowd. So me and the other juniors provided crowd control, while the engine showed up with exterior firefighters. I honestly don't remember much from this. The prior excitement I had boiled into fear and anxiety. The 3 interior fighters went in, and truth be told, the fire wasn't at all that bad in hindsight. And I would end up seeing much worse fires. Anyway, I'm not sure how much time passed, but before I knew it, the fire was still burning the house, and 2 of the interior fighters were back outside, as the air cylinder had run out. Then I remembered the 3rd guy. So I asked the other junior how long the guy sitting across from me on the truck had been at the station, as he seemed to have great composure and could maintain calm breathing in a fire. I had only seen him in turnout gear, so I didn't know his body type. The other junior just looked at me and said, "We only have 2 interior firefighters on call with us, and I told you on the way here that you didn't need to sit in the spare seat." Confused, I approached the chaplain and asked him if we had 3 interiors on the truck with us, but he said no. When the fire was put out, we went inside and did our thing, and I found no trace of another firefighter. When we got back to the station, I asked the chief about the man I had seen. I gave a good description, I think, but the chief gave a confused and interested stare. He brought me to the off-duty room upstairs and showed me a picture on the wall. He pointed to a firefighter in his turnout gear along with a much younger chief. He asked me if that was the man I saw. Lo and behold, it was, and I nodded. He told me the man's name, and then he said that the man had passed away from lung cancer in 2002. I was dumbfounded. He said a lot of firefighters die this way, sadly, and I doubt he was the only one to die this way at our station. I believe that what I saw was him watching over me on my first call, as I'm sure he did with the other junior that was with us.
I was in the Philippine Navy ROTC, Reserves Official Training Corps. I was training for NAVSOG, which is Naval Special Forces Operations Group. Basically, this is how it works. We're dropped off from a boat and we swim towards an island. Follow the instructions that we're left with on the island to find something. It's usually just a flag, or sometimes they like to troll us and leave things like cigarettes around for us. And our job would be then to survive with the 9-man squad, and at the same time make sure that nobody infiltrates the island or steals any of the treasure that we have. This goes on for about 2 weeks. We're dropped from a boat with a small survival kit that's waterproof with a small packet of biscuits, 1/4 of a litre of water, and 2 sticks of cigarettes. We have to make our own fire and whatnot. Anyway, fast forward to the night that I was on watch for the far eastern side of the island, just silently staring into the sea where I can see stuff from miles away. I suddenly hear some water splashing, then some whispers. Procedure is to let them slip through me and sort of ambush these infiltrations. If this happens, we're easily able to loot them, and obviously we got a good lead on them, so I'm just sitting there in silence. But as the clouds cleared the moonlight lit up the place a bit, and I could now see into the distance and see what looked like about 20 men. Now I know for a fact that there was something wrong, and they're cancelling this training exercise, or these must be rebels or something. Now the thing is, we're only armed with a handgun and 1 mag each and a flare to signal the nearby ship if something like this happens. If these guys knew that we were here, we'd stand no chance, as we're now in between them and the rest of the squad. There's 8 other guys on areas of this small island, so I decided that I'd just shoot up a flare and hope that the ship was going to see it and send help to us. Now I knew that I'd be dead the moment I sent this flare up, but I did it anyway. As the flare gun dropped down, it illuminated the beach. Now instead of seeing rebels or NAVSOG instructors, I could see staring back at me a bunch of bloodied World War II Japanese soldiers. They were very silent and just as still as the blood that dripped from their bodies down to the sands. Then they all screamed. It sounded like bonsai or something, but I wasn't really sure. So all I did was fire my whole mag at them, generally in their direction, and suddenly tucked down into my foxhole. Now not a minute was able to pass by it, and the rest of the squad ran up to me asking what had happened. In the distance I can hear the motors of rubberized boats getting closer and closer, as well as a patrol ship spotlight illuminating the entire beach, and there was literally nothing there. No footprints, no blood, nothing. They even launched a helicopter from the ship and called in another Coast Guard helicopter to search nearby. They actually sent a party into the island. They saw nothing. I just lied there, pale and shaken. I was then sent to hospital. While I was in there, A senior officer come up to me and asked what I'd seen. I just said without hesitation, I saw Japs. He nodded and cleared my records, and I was immediately sent back to my squad 2 days later. Apparently, when the Americans returned to the Philippines during World War II to drive out any Japs that were there, they would do suicide charges, but some of them got scattered around looking for places to hide. They were hoping to survive and wait for reinforcements from their mainland, and there's a certain group of Japs who stole a local boat and ended up on the island where I was. They eventually got gunned down by an American Navy ship, and their bodies were buried on that island. I was working overnights at a small 24 PT psychiatric ward in a medium-sized hospital built in the 1950s. Everybody says that the floor that I was on was haunted, but I've been working there for 10 years and I've never had anything happen myself. Anyways, it's about 1 AM and a tech that was situated outside the door of a sleeping PT's room, just outside of the observation bit, comes to the door of the nurse's station with another tech in tow. They both say that they've seen a shadow person walk out of room 610, down the hall and walk into the assistant director's office. I then look at my monitor tech. Her job is to watch the panel of cameras on the unit. She nods and says, "Yeah, I saw it on camera too." Now I'm super jelly. Everybody's always talking about the stuff they see, but I've never seen anything. I decided to walk down there and peek into the window in the next door so I can see what I can. Well, I immediately regretted it. Let me explain. I've been down that hole 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times, probably more, but something is decidedly off. Yeah, it gets cold, colder than it's ever been, not even in winter, but it's more than that. Each step is harder to take than the last. I can feel something oppressive, something heavy. I'm starting to get tightness in my chest. I feel hate, the feeling of something haunting, pure evil and hate. Whatever this thing is wanted me to know that it isn't human, it never has been, and it hates all humans. I'm starting to consider turning around. I look back and the entire crew is standing at the nurse's station, peeking their heads around the door watching me. I can't chicken out now in front of that many people. I keep going. I get about 5 feet away from the door and I have the feeling of impending doom. I'm almost sure that I'm going to die right then and there. I can't will myself any closer to that door. About that time the blinds in the window and the door open all by themselves. I see it. A face. An outline. It's got a cone-shaped head. Like somebody in a hooded robe maybe? And a mouth frozen in an eternal scream, with giant holes where eyes should have been. I turned around and started running, back towards the nurse's station, back towards others. I never looked back. When I get back there, they tell me that I'm as white as a sheet, shaky, mumbling, and cold sweats. I love to go on adventures, being to almost all 50 states. Now I've seen my fair share of diversity with nature and people. My main reason for travelling is to explore the wilderness. Sometimes I will backpack to the Rocky Mountains, drive through national parks and then drive through the desert. Now where I grew up in the East Coast, I didn't really get an experience of the desert much, so I tend to favour a desert drive over a mountain range. I've been doing this for a couple of years now and haven't experienced anything too odd in the desert other than the sheer feeling of loneliness. My favourite time to drive in the desert is at night though, because the stars illuminate the desert floor. About a month ago, however, I saw more than just sand and stars. I was driving through the desert in Arizona, nightfall was closing in to me, which was one of the best times though. The sunset across the desert brought me a whole new place. Sometimes I would even jump out of my car, because in sense, I loved how alone it was out there. Normally I'd have a dog with me, but my parents were in town and decided to look after him. So I was all alone this time again, and night was approaching. I didn't know whether to camp out or just drive home. At this point, I thought that my parents would probably be worrying about me and want to see me, so I decided that I would do the hour-long drive to get to their house. Now, as I continued the trek on through the desert, the night fell quickly. If any of you have been in the Arizona desert, you'd know that you occasionally see horses along the side of the road, so seeing figures on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere wasn't anything out of the ordinary. With only 45 minutes to get home, my eye had been picked up on a different figure on the side of the road. This time it looked like a person. Being overly generous, I pulled over to the person to see what was wrong. As I approached, I noticed that the person wasn't moving though, they were just sitting upright. He didn't seem to notice I was even there. He never even turned his head. "You okay?" I said. No answer. He didn't even move, or acknowledge that I'd said anything. The man was poorly dressed, rather pale, but surprisingly clean-shaved. He was oddly skinny though, and the more I focused on him, the more I realised how abnormally skinny he was. I was driving by and I noticed you. I just wanted to check up on you," I told him. Still nothing. He was just staring at the ground. I then just stood there awkwardly for a couple of seconds before he finally moved his mouth. "Can you get me some water?" he said in this weird deep voice that didn't sound like a normal person. I can't quite explain it, but he just sounded off. Okay man, let me grab you something out of my car." I started walking away as fast as I could, and my car was about 10 or 15 feet in front of him. I then reached to the passenger side of my car and went to get him some water. Before I could reach it though, I just sensed something was off. I jolted my head around to see where the man was sitting. He was gone. I'm panicking now, but for no real reason. He wasn't a threat to me, but I have no idea where he went. I closed the passenger side door and took a quick look around. I heard a movement from behind a rock about 10 to 20 feet off the main road. A man emerged from behind the rock. This wasn't the same man though. This guy looked crazy, and he was holding something in his hand. He started running towards me. I jumped into my car and floored it down the road. As I looked back over my mirror, I realised that there were more of them, maybe 5 or 6, all emerging behind some rocks right behind the road. Literally all of them were staring at me as I sped off. Now I had no intention of slowing down. In fact, I would be happy if I got pulled over by a cop. I would have felt so much safer. Within a couple of minutes though, I soon relaxed. I felt a lot safer. I actually started playing some music and took one last glare in my rear view. Then I was in complete shock. I saw the man that I had just offered some water in my back seat just staring at me. His eyes, oh my god, his eyes, they weren't looking at me, they were looking into me. I was of course slamming on the brakes at this point. Still, it was too much to take in. I just couldn't take my eyes off him. He started smiling, just like that man did back there. It was this crazy look. "You're gonna be one of us soon." He smiled and lifted up a knife at me. I jolted out of the car, and I could hear the back door open up again. This guy was fast. It was weird. "Are you ready?" he shouted in a deep voice as he quickly approached me. It was dark out now. I have no clue where to go. It was over. Or, so I thought. Headlights were approaching both of us. I was a couple of 100 feet from my car by now, but I didn't hear the man behind me at this point. The car was fast approaching me, and I tried signaling it down. Thank God the guy saw me and stopped. After explaining to the man exactly what had happened, he immediately went to call the police. Sadly, no signal. He was called Mark, and he agreed to follow me just in case anything else happened. He also had a pistol on him, which made me feel really safe. After about 30 minutes of driving with him, the whole way, I finally made it back home. After thanking him, I went to go and check the back of my car to see if everything was there, or if he had even left anything. Luckily, everything of mine was there. However, there was something of his. Some paper in the back seat. "You're safe. You'll soon be one of us," the note read. A chill ran through my body. I heard a footstep in front of my car and jolted up. The dog threw up, my mum said, standing right in front of my car and went back inside. But I didn't bother saying anything to my parents. They're not the people who would believe any of what I would tell them. I figured I'd just call the police and let them know everything what happened after they went. Oh yeah, and some guy stopped by looking for you about 20 minutes ago, my mum said. Who? I'm not sure. He gave me a name. He was really skinny with a deep voice. He gave me a letter to hand to you. I didn't open it because, well, it's somebody else's mail. My mum then handed me the letter. We know where you live, the note said. My heart sank. After calling the cops and explaining everything, they investigated for a little while. Sadly, they found absolutely nothing.
When I was 6 years old, my favorite thing to do was explore the woods by my house. I never entered the thicket alone. My friend Ethan liked to join me. But sometimes it would just be me and my neighbor Katrina, who was 7 at the time. To get to the woodsy area, you had to first cross a large tree fallen over a small ravine. Something I would never do now, but at that age I was fearless. My friends and I spent many days daring each other to cross back and forth over the tree without using our arms for balance. One particularly dreary summer day, I asked Ethan and Katrina to explore with me, but Ethan wasn't feeling too well, so he stayed home. Well, Katrina and I set off to the obscure path that led to the fallen tree, and we spent a couple of hours in the woods. I remember the smell of the woods and the damp, slippery feel of the leaves beneath my feet. It had rained the night before, and the woods were electric with the sounds of birds chirping and water rushing through the ravine. We were so entranced at the time. I guess that's why we didn't hear the man approaching us. My first thought was to get the hell out of there. I knew all about stranger danger, and I just had this weird feeling about the middle-aged man. Before I could tell Katrina what I was thinking, the man told us we looked like we were great explorers and that he could really use our help. He told us his puppy ran off into the woods, that she wouldn't be able to take care of herself, so it was really important to help him find her soon. I hesitated, but Katrina had always had a weakness for puppies, so she agreed to help him look. We set out to look for the missing puppy. But I just kept getting this weird feeling. Every time we walked towards the direction the man came from, he would tell us that he had already looked over there, and that we should keep to the other side. By that time, I was done. I was ready to nope the fuck out of there, but Katrina wouldn't budge. I told her I was leaving, and she said she was going to stay. I wanted to beg her to come with me, but I decided to leave without her, because I couldn't stand being in there any longer. I jogged back through the woods, careful not to slip on any damp leaves, but the fallen tree was covered in them, so I had to tiptoe my way across. Halfway over, a chill went through my body, leaving a trail of goosebumps on my skin, and I ran. I ran so fast I forgot how slippery the log was, so I didn't even realize I was falling into the ravine until I had already hit the rocky bottom. I heard a loud crack, and I looked down to see that my femur was broken and sticking through my skin. Things got foggy after that, but I guess I screamed loud enough for the closest neighbors to call 911. I'm just happy I screamed loud enough to save Katrina. The police and EMTs found me lying in the ravine crying and grasping at my broken leg. The last thing I remember was pointing towards the woods, telling them to look for Katrina. I woke up the next day with my leg hooked up to the ceiling in traction and a world of pain. My mom was holding my hand, and she said that when I was ready, the police were wanting to talk to me. I asked if I was in trouble, but she said it was nothing like that. They just needed to ask me a few questions. A policeman came in and asked if I had seen a man in the woods before I broke my leg. I recounted the events that happened and asked if they had found Katrina. Thankfully, they had. That day when I abandoned her, the man had started asking Katrina about her family and if she had any big scary brothers that would come looking for her if she was out too late. Their conversation was cut short by my screaming, and Katrina immediately ran towards the sound. And luckily, the man's reflexes weren't as fast, and even though he tried, he never caught up with her. She said when she looked around at the end of the woods, he was running back into them. She thought that maybe he was going to get help. Turns out there was no lost puppy. The police never found the creepy man, but they did find a bag hidden in the bushes by where we first spotted them. Inside the bag there was some rope, duct tape, and a pair of binoculars. Sometimes I have nightmares about what could have happened that day, and even now, I get chills when I go into the woods. So let's not meet creepy man back in the forest.
So a few years back, when I was cruising around with my brother, cousin and a few friends, we decided to go down this creepy back road. We got to the end of it and there was a trail that continued off of it. We decided to get out and walk the trail even though it was pitch black out. We didn't really have a good feeling about the place, but we pressed on regardless. Now let me just say that if anybody else had come down the road, we would have seen their headlights in the woods. So after walking for a little bit, we all got back to our cars. My friend John stopped and said, "What's that noise?" We all stopped and heard a hissing sound. He then realizes that all of the tires on his car have been slashed. We all panicked because nobody else would have been at this dead end in the middle of nowhere, especially not this late at night. We all then jumped in our cars and sped off. Now not too far down the road, his car was undrivable and we had to squeeze him into our Jeep. We then went to a gas station to get some snacks, and when he come out, the Jeep's tyres had also been slashed. I just don't know how this could have happened. So it seems like somebody had followed us and then slashed our tyres. Early this morning, at approximately 3 AM, our 8-year-old daughter come into our room because she couldn't sleep. As I sat up to let her crawl into our bed and sleep between us, I noticed something standing behind her. It's hard to explain. It was 5'8" or 5'9"-ish, slender and see-through, but with an outline. I hope this makes sense. Now, I didn't bother saying anything to my girlfriend because I don't want to scare our daughter. I simply lay back down hoping that if I ignore it, it will go away. About 2 minutes passed by and it says my name. I turned around to look at his face. I sensed we make eye contact and it disappeared. I turned back towards my daughter and hold her. 2 hours later, as my girlfriend and I are making breakfast, I mentioned this to her. She states that when our daughter come into our room, she saw another person in the room. She originally thought it was me standing behind our kid. I then explained to her that I never got out of bed, and she asked if it sounded like a male or female voice. I couldn't tell. We both kinda stopped talking about it and went on about our morning. About 15 minutes ago, I sent a text to my girlfriend regarding this earlier incident. She described what she saw as a tall, white, slender, female-shaped figure with a black face. I've now ordered a camera off eBay. I'm going to be setting it up as soon as it arrives. I used to own the most sweetest natured, loving and loyal golden retriever who loved nothing more than people and food. About 2 years ago, we were both walking back from a long dog walk through some woods on the outskirts of the town where I live. On the edge of these woods, there's a large housing estate that has a bit of a bad reputation and a supermarket that I was about to stop off at on our way home. To get to the supermarket, we had to walk through this path that's quite isolated and then underneath an underpass. Along the way, there's a few discarded McDonald's food wrappers that my dog tried to get at, being a typical retriever. We get to the supermarket and I let him outside near the shaded area.
Now I've done this countless times in the 10 years that I've owned my dog and never had an issue. I then took his lead off him and taken it inside with me. I always did this as my reasoning was that nobody would be able to drag him away if he didn't have a lead on. I bought 1 or 2 things inside the store and I was only gone for maybe 5 minutes or so. Now as I was paying, I just had this gut-wrenching feeling that I had to go outside and that something was wrong. I then literally ran out of the store and found that my dog was gone. The car park was pretty empty as it was a boiling hot day and there wasn't many people around to ask if they'd seen him. As this is a supermarket at the top of a hill, I had a good point of view and I saw a flash of gold that I knew was him moving through the path ahead towards the woods that we walked through. I ran after him thinking that he'd gone back to eat the food wrappers that he'd sniffed earlier, so at this point I wasn't really panicking. I got the food wrappers and there was no sign of him. That's when the panic set in. I then started screaming his name and I could hear his panicked barking and howling coming from the underpass that led to the path to the woods. I started running and reached the entrance of the woods. There in the middle of a clearing was my dog with a rope around his neck. Surrounding him was about 5 or 6 teenagers. He looked like he was in trouble. They're all male, about 16 years old. 2 of them had their phones out and were filming. Another one had what appeared to be a large aerosol can and a lighter. Another one had some kind of sharp object. They're all laughing, yelling and jeering at him as some of these kids were prodding him with what looked to be a metal pole. I started yelling and screaming at them to give my dog back. That took them by surprise, so my dog managed to break free and ran straight towards me. Now I absolutely dread to think what these creeps were planning to do to my dog. Being a short female, I wasn't going to stick around and see what happened next. I grabbed my dog and we both ran. I'm never going to forgive myself for leaving my dog. This is a reason that you can never leave your animal like that alone.
I told my daughter this story the other day, thanks to being a little too inebriated on a bottle of white wine. Well, my name is Jennifer, and this happened in 1985, when I was 17 years old. I was the youngest of my graduating class, and all summer I'd been looking at colleges across the region. This was long enough ago that there wasn't any internet, and if you wanted to go to college out of state, and you didn't have much money or connections, you would usually have to take a trip. I was born in Seattle, but at this time my family had been living in Mount Shasta, which is a small town in Northern California. I was unable to attend college on time with the rest of my friends because I ended up having to stay home and take care of my mother. She ended up being diagnosed with cancer at the end of the summer, and my dad had to work 10-hour days in order to pay the bills. And in the meantime, I took care of my mom for the year while Dad worked. Luckily or unluckily, my mom didn't have to suffer for long. The cancer had progressed so far by the time they caught it that my mother passed away in the fall. After she passed on, my dad made sure I started college as soon as possible. I knew I wanted to go to school in Seattle because the big city life was calling to me. Dad basically handed me $500 and the keys to his old 1982 Chevy pickup, and he told me to go. He said when I got there, he would send me some money to get an apartment so I could make my way in the city before school started. He didn't want any obstacles in my way when it came to school. He even felt guilty for having kept me home while Mom was dying. Not that I would have chosen to be anywhere else, but he was still feeling guilty. So in the middle of the fall, I ended up driving my dad's truck north to Seattle. The trip is basically a straight shot from Mount Shasta to Seattle on Interstate 5. It should have been easy, but about halfway through Oregon, the pickup broke down. A coolant hose sprung a leak, and I was unable to repair it myself on the side of the road. So I ended up walking on the side of the interstate northward, in the direction of the next town. I just passed a small town named Greene a while back, and the map said I was just south of a medium-sized town named Roseburg. I couldn't be sure how far away from Roseburg I was, but walking wasn't a problem for me, and Roseburg would be much more likely to have a repair shop. So even if it was further away, it was definitely worth the attempt. It was cold that evening, and the wind chill was cutting through my coat and causing me to hate life. I decided it would be best to hitch a ride to Roseburg, since it was getting dark really fast. I thought I looked pretty good back then, but even still, no one stopped to give me a lift. I kept walking north, putting my thumb out every time a car came by. It was hours later when someone finally stopped. It was a big red 18-wheeler that had no trailer attached. It pulled up in front of me and off to the side of the road, and it honked its horn. I gladly ran up to the truck, thankful that I could finally get out of the cold. As I opened the passenger side door of the truck, I saw a very friendly-looking man at the wheel. He smiled and said, "Come on up." Then I climbed into the passenger seat. He introduced himself as Rick, and I introduced myself in turn. He asked me where I was headed, and I told him I needed to get to Roseburg to get a tow truck to pick up my vehicle. He told me he'd been to Roseburg many times on his routes, and he said there wasn't a repair shop or tow truck company open this late at night. He told me he would let me out at a motel so I could sleep through the night, then get a tow truck for my vehicle the next morning. I thanked him for his considerate nature. He really did seem kind and thoughtful. We weren't far from Roseburg according to him, which made sense because we could just now begin seeing the signs of civilization amongst the trees on the side of the interstate. We made small talk while he drove the rest of the way. We discussed the cold weather, the current events, and even sports. Somewhere in the conversation, he told me that I was very pretty. It caught me off guard, but he didn't say it in a creepy manner, so I merely thanked him and continued talking about sports. He didn't say much after that, kind of just let me talk. You know that feeling you get when you realize you've been chatting on and on about something, and the other person hasn't said anything for a few minutes? Well, I got that feeling because he hadn't said a word since he told me I was pretty. I stopped and apologized for being so chatty. He looked at me and smiled, saying it was all right. He likes to hear my pretty voice. That time he did say it in a creepy way, but sometimes that happens. I doubted he meant it like that. I kept quiet in hopes that he'd start talking and we'd discuss something else. Instead, we didn't say a word. He watched the road and I just sat there. In a minute I began looking around the cab, and I ended up looking in the back of the cab behind me, and what I saw puzzled me. In the back, there was a large brown blanket, some clothes I'm sure were dirty, and some shoes. The thing that puzzled me is they weren't all his clothes and shoes. 2 pairs of the shoes were obviously little girls, and some of the clothes were little girls' clothes, something you would see on a 10-year-old. He knew I'd seen it, and he laughed. He told me his daughter left those in the cab after she had accompanied him on a route last week. He told me he didn't get enough time to spend with her, so he took her on a route a week ago to spend some quality time together. I said that was nice of him, and I asked how old she was. He paused for a moment, and then told me she was 13. That made me suspicious, because not only did he hesitate before answering, but I had a job before at a shoe store, and I know those shoes must belong to a much younger girl, both because of the size and the style. It also didn't seem like the kind of clothes you'd have a little girl bring on a trip like this. It was weird, but not scary yet. Also, having worked at a shoe store before, I was almost positive those shoes were 2 different sizes. I told him the shoes were cute and I leaned back. I grabbed one of them and proved to myself that they had to be different sizes. That no way does a little girl wear 2 totally different shoe sizes. Still, I wasn't really scared. I just thought he wasn't being totally honest, and that's his business, so I didn't really mind. It's just a weird thing to be dishonest about, even to a stranger. I put the shoe back, and when I turned around, I saw the look on his face. He seemed half worried and half angry. I immediately apologized for touching his things, and he said it was okay, although it didn't look okay. By then, we were just entering Roseburg. We kept driving through town, and he told me he knew a good motel on the far end of town, and he'd let me off there. He asked me what I'd brought with me in my backpack, It seemed like an innocent question, but it came off like he was interested in what I had on me. Not simply whether or not I'd brought any clothes or a toothbrush. I told him I had enough, but I didn't tell him anything specific about the contents of the backpack. I didn't have a weapon of any type, just socks, makeup, and my purse. We ended up passing a repair shop on the side of the road, and he pointed to it, told me that that's the place I should go to tomorrow morning to get a tow truck. It felt kind of strange to me because he didn't tell me it was coming up, he just pointed it out. I said I'd missed it and asked what the name of the shop was. He responded by just telling me it was straight south off the interstate and I can't miss it, as if he didn't remember the name. At this point, I began to get a little worried. I didn't feel threatened by Rick, but he didn't seem to be legit. As we kept driving, I noticed we were now coming to the far north end of Roseburg, and that soon we'd be leaving the town behind. I asked him where this motel was, and he told me it was just north of the town. I told him that's a little far from the repair shop for me, and asked if there was any place closer for me to stay, but he didn't answer. I was then a little worried about Rick's intentions. I got my backpack and put it in my lap. He looked over and saw it and asked if I was okay. I looked over and smiled at him and told him I was fine, just cold. You know those signs on the highway that tell you how far off the next rest stop, gas station, or motel is? Well, they had those back then too, but usually on the outskirts of a town. It's the town's way of motivating you to stop for gas or lodging. That way you'd have to pay for it and they can tax you, rather than you continuing on and sleeping somewhere unincorporated. Well, we came up on one of those signs. It said there wouldn't be a motel for 20 miles, and we were leaving Roseburg. I knew then that Rick wasn't taking me to a motel just past the town's limit. I didn't know what he wanted, but I didn't want it to happen. I looked over at him, and luckily he hadn't seen the sign, because he was busy lighting a cigarette. I began looking frantically out the window to see if there were any places I could make an excuse to stop at. Maybe I could ask to stop at a gas station for something to drink, and then get away from him. There wasn't one open. I decided I'd have to pull out the big guns, asking him to pull over so I could pee. I looked over at him, and I asked if he could pull over to let me use the bathroom. He pulled his lit cigarette out of his mouth and looked at me. You, gotta pee? I nodded my head yes. Well, go ahead and pee then, Ginny, he told me. I like the smell of it. He smiled at me, and it sent shivers down my spine. I pretended to laugh and he frowned. Don't fucking laugh at me, Ginny, he told me. I immediately stopped pretending it was fine, and so did Rick. He could tell I was scared now, and he just gave me this look like he wanted to hit me. I asked him where we were going, and he told me not to worry about it. At this point, I could actually see the end of Roseburg coming up ahead. No more lights after that, just woods. Immediately, I heard my dad's voice in my head telling me to run, not to worry about getting hurt, just run. So I opened the door and I tried to jump out. The truck must have been going 30 to 40 miles per hour, and as I moved towards the open door, Rick grabbed my backpack. He had been trying to grab me, but I was pressed against the far end of the cab. I heard my dad's voice again, telling me to run, and I tried to pull my backpack away from him, but his grip was too strong. I gave up and just fell back out of the cab and into the grass. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I rolled around in the grass until I came to a stop. Right away, I sat up, despite the sharp pain in my back, and I saw Rick's truck speeding up on his way out of the town. He didn't stop. I got up and limped my way back into town. I ran up to the first home I saw and pounded on the front door. An old man opened the door and looked very tired, yet also very concerned. I begged him to call the cops, and when he saw the bruises on my face and grass stains on my clothes, he threw open his door and let me come inside. He set me on the couch while he ran to the phone. His wife came down to find me on the couch crying, and him on the phone telling the local sheriff to come as soon as possible. She got me a glass of water and a blanket. They were both so nice to me. The sheriff arrived and expected me to be drunk at first. About halfway through my story, he realized I wasn't drunk, and there was truth to the story I was telling. He called up 2 deputies who were asleep at home and had them patrol north on the interstate looking for a big red 18-wheeler. He even called up the next town north and asked them to send a patrol south. They didn't find any red 18-wheelers on the road, but they assumed he probably sped his way right through their town too, before they were able to send out the patrol. The nice old couple who had let me in ended up letting me stay with them. The sheriff kept a deputy outside of the house all night. The next day, he took me to the station to fill out an official report and to look at some photos of 18-wheelers so I could pick out the exact color and model. He drove me to the repair shop, which just happened to be the same one Rick pointed out to me. He had them tow my truck in and had the sheriff's department pay for it. They got my dad's pickup running in no time. The sheriff asked if I could stay in town for a few more nights. I was fine with that, because I didn't want to meet Rick on the road again. I stayed at the old couple's home for 3 more nights, and I spent my days with the sheriff as we patrolled the interstate and called the nearby towns asking if any truckers had been pulled over matching the description. I did stay in contact with the sheriff and the old couple who helped me. The old couple both passed away about 1.5 years later. I went to their funerals and spoke to their kids, who were about my dad's age at the time, and I told them everything their parents had done for me. They were very proud of their parents. I even stayed at their home on my way back down from Seattle, when I eventually brought my dad's truck back to him. The sheriff would call me from time to time and ask if he could send me some photos. It seemed every few months he would arrest a trucker who had a red semi or a similar vehicle, and he would want to see if I recognized him. He says that Rick probably didn't frequent that route as much as he said he did, because he didn't seem too familiar with the town, which is one reason I was suspicious of him in the first place. Odds are Rick was a crazy serial killer, or at least a child abductor and sexual predator. He travels the whole United States, and there is no way to know where he is now. At the time, I suspected he was around 40, which means he would be in his 70s now, and probably no longer on the road. The sheriff told me many years later that there are tons of old folks in retirement homes who have no families, and no one ever visits them. He said that Rick is probably living that kind of life now if he's still alive. Wherever Rick is now, I hope he never really hurt anyone, or at least I hope he never hurt anyone again. But if he did, especially if he did hurt the 2 little girls whose clothes were in the back of that truck, then I hope that wherever he is, he's suffering and he's alone. To this day, we never found Rick.
When I was younger, I lived near a house that backed onto a forest. One day, I was playing outside like I normally did in our backyard, and a man approached me just as it was getting dark. Now, I didn't get a chance to speak to him properly because before I could say anything, he motioned to me to be quiet. He had obviously been in the stream because he was covered in water, and some of the water dripped off his hands onto the floor when he raised his hand to his mouth. I had never thought anything of it. Later that night, I did remember the police coming to our house. Now, the rest of the story my mum had to fill me in on because I was too young at the time, but apparently a police officer come to her and said that they were hunting down a serial killer, and the blood trail led through the forest behind our house and said had we seen anything. It was summer. I believe it was the day after the 4th of July. My husband and I were in the middle of a cross-country road trip. We were driving through Texas, and for any of those of you who have driven across the entirety of Texas, you know that it's very long and barren. Sometimes we go hours without seeing anything at all, and the towns that we did pass weren't consistent. They were maybe just an old gas station as well as a few little houses. Looking out of the window, you would swear that you were just driving through the same 5 miles of desert again and again. I started getting a headache, and my husband suggested that I took a quick nap. I remembered allowing myself to doze off as I watched the beautiful colours of the desert sunset, The slowing of the car woke me up, and the first thing that I noticed was how dark it was. I believe it was around 10 PM. My husband had stopped the car because he wanted to go to a shop near a gas station. He said to me, do I want to go to pee because I might not get another chance for a long time. So I decided to go. Both the men's and women's restrooms were a little bit down the hall from the open area of the shop. I was groggy and tired and realised how badly that I needed to pee, so I shuffled into the restroom. As I got in there was only 2 stalls, and one of them had a woman coming out of it. She didn't quite look homeless, but she was definitely messy looking. She had wild grey hair, almost shoulder length, and it was really sticking out. It looked like she hadn't seen a brush for weeks. She had raggy clothing. She just didn't look fully homeless, but was wearing the right clothes to have been. She had several layers on, one of them being a large coat. Now keep in mind that this was Texas in the middle of July, and the jacket was just hanging on her shoulders like she couldn't be bothered to spend 1 second to put it on properly. She was also carrying something tied up in a plastic bag. I gave her a quick smile as our eyes met, and she just stared at me. Then her face looked wild and angry. Her eyebrows were raised as if she was mad at me. She looked at me like she was hungry, and this is when I started to feel that things were wrong. I tried to brush everything off and quickly went over to the stall, taking my time to open the door because there was something off about her. Even the posture of her in front of the mirror was odd. She was standing with her body more angled towards me, but her face was towards the mirror. Her body was tensed, legs slightly crouched as if she was ready to attack or something. Her hands were not up by her face or trying to fix a mess of hair. I wasn't sure why, but I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. I regretted leaving my cell phone and purse behind. I shut and locked the stall door and took my time using the toilet. I wanted her gone before I got out of the stall. I stayed there long after I'd finished, but as the woman was still there, I decided to wait even longer. Finally, I heard the smacking of her flip-flops as she made her way to the door. I heard it open and then slam closed. The door was pretty heavy and slammed the same way when I entered. I stayed for a moment and allowed for a wave of relief to wash over me before I looked back. Then, paused. Fingers only an inch from the door. I stayed silent as I could manage to confirm what I'd just heard. Yes, breathing. The woman had only pretended to leave. At this point, I was scared and confused. Why had she tried to trick me into thinking she was leaving just to stick around? I knew something was very wrong, so I stayed in the store even longer. This time it must have been at least 20 minutes, but I had no way of knowing for sure. I could tell from the direction her breathing was coming from that she had positioned herself in the far corner right next to the door. It was just far enough away that I couldn't see her feet. Finally, I heard her leave. This time I waited even longer to make sure she wasn't tricking me again. I slipped out of the store, quickly washed my hands and rushed down the hallway to the store. It was pitch black outside and I have no idea where she was. She couldn't have been far. A large man was then checking out of the register, so I waited near a window display. He left the store and I quickly slipped out the door behind him. Sure enough, crouched right outside the open door is this woman. She seemed surprised as she stood up and turned away, quickly going around the side of the stall. My husband was waiting in the car and asked if I was alright since I'd taken so long. I said I would tell him all about it once we got away from there. Nothing else ever come of this. I don't know what she wanted or what her intentions were. I'm just lucky that there was somebody else to leave with. Who knows what she could have done to me in them seconds when I left the store if I was alone. I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend and I, Amy, who were both females, would spend many days exploring the remote corners of New Mexico, discovering abandoned ghost towns and enjoying the quiet scenery. One afternoon in March 2010, we were travelling from Ruidoso to Albuquerque. Always up for exploring, we took a back road rather than travelling the more direct highway. One leg of the journey led us onto the NM55. It's a remote, teeny tiny 2-lane highway. We love those types of roads though, even so up until this day. This part of New Mexico is flat and pretty desolated. You can see for miles and there is virtually nothing except dirt and rock between the towns that are miles apart. So we're on the NM55 going north. After a few minutes we see a white pickup truck ahead of us going the same direction. Suddenly, he stops his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking both of the lanes. Now we're about a mile away from him, and as we get closer, we begin to get very uneasy. We could see he was there for no reason. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began to wonder if we should turn around or just go off the side of the road to avoid him. It didn't make sense why he was forcing us to stop. We're about half a mile away from him when he suddenly pulled over to the opposite side of the highway. His truck was still pointed in the direction that we were going. We tried to relax a little. Surely this guy was a rancher or something. Maybe he was checking out his land. As we passed him, we noticed a few things. 1. There was only one person in the truck, a middle-aged guy who never took his eyes off us. 2. He was on a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and started following us, but he never got close. He would get within a few car lengths and then drop back a little and then speed back up again. We were getting nervous. We realised how lonely we were. We'd seen no other traffic on that road and haven't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We both quickly checked our cell phones, but neither of us had a signal. This only made our situation worse. Amy was driving and speeding up while I frantically checked the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic. The problem was, there literally was none. We would have to travel this road to get to the next town. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option. After a few minutes, we then saw another pickup truck coming towards us. He was going very, very slow, 20 miles per hour if that. This pickup was an old beat up one, whereas the new one was actually behind us. Amy had us up to 75, which isn't typical for us as these are 55 limits, and we blew past the old pickup. As we passed it, we noticed that there was another middle-aged guy in it, and he was also on a walkie-talkie. After the white pickup passed him, he pulled a U-turn and pulled in behind it. As we watched all of this, we could see the white pickup truck guy talking into his walkie-talkie as well. No doubt they were talking to each other and were deliberately following us. And for the first time in my life, I actually felt hunted. They strayed right behind us. We watched for obstacles in the road, and truly thought the old beat-up pickup guy had set up a trap in the road, or would somehow disable our vehicle. Because of this, we started driving into the fields around us, but this was obviously their territory, and we were afraid that something would happen if we went off the road and got cornered, so we had to stray back onto the highway. But now white pickup guy was right on top of us. We could see him talking into the walkie-talkie, and he stayed right on our bumper, and the old beat-up pickup truck guy was right on top of him. The three of us sped down the highway. The white pickup got closer. His manoeuvring and edging closer made it apparent that he was trying to bump into us. I watched helplessly as he got within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it. We were passing 80 miles per hour now, closer to 90. I mean literally, any little wrongdoing would have sent us into a catastrophe. We were absolutely not going to slow down though if we could help it. The white pickup pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think of was that maybe he wanted to pass us and get in front. If he got in front of us, his buddy would have been behind us and they could box us in. We then both frantically looked to the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. Should we risk it? We could speed through the desert and make it in one piece maybe. As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said San Luis Pueblo, Missions National Monument. It was pointing to a road on the left of us. Right at that moment, a blue pickup truck pulled out of that road onto the highway in front of us. As we come up to the blue pickup, we saw the plates that said US Park Service. We looked at each other and we looked behind us. Both pickups did a U-turn and went the other way. We followed the blue pickup up to the Mountaineer and then made our way to Albuquerque. I don't know exactly what those guys' intentions were, but they weren't good. There was something seriously wrong there. I notified the state police and they said that they were going to keep an eye out for us. Now, this area is near Belen, NM, which is near where Tara Kalisho was abducted. It's also about 100 miles away from Elephant Butte, NM, which is where David Parker Ray had his secret torture laboratory. We didn't put all of that together until later though.
Alright, before I begin, I do want to clarify that I've always believed in the unseen. Not ghosts as in humans dying and coming back to haunt us, but an unseen race similar to mankind. Being Muslim, it's a part of our faith to believe in the existence of jinn, a type of sentient being that is invisible to our naked eye. Jinn are not necessarily evil. However, we believe that Lucifer, or Iblis, as we call him, is what's called a shaitan, which is where the word Satan came from. Shaitan are basically jinn that are evil and work for Iblis. In my opinion, many paranormal encounters are just jinn encounters, because although jinn are invisible to us, many of them have different abilities. Abilities like shapeshifting into animals, objects, and even humans. Shaitan, as well as a young jinn, oftentimes attempt to scare humans by moving objects, turning on lights, and talking, because they find it amusing or feel more powerful when we are scared of them. Now, onto my story. I'm a filmmaker. I love making short films, and a goal of mine is to be creating indie features and owning my own production company. I love all types of films, but for some reason, I seem to be drawn to horror films. Maybe it's because of my interest in the unknown. About a couple of weeks ago, as I was out getting some food, I walked past a Salvation Army store, which for those of you who don't know, they sell used items for very cheap that people donate to them. Beside the store was a small section where they toss stuff out that they can't sell. I decided to check that out to see if there's anything good. And something did catch my eye. A super creepy toy doll. Now most people would not want to take a creepy doll home with them, but not me. I thought it would make a great prop for a short horror film, so I threw it into the trunk of my car. Fast forward to 2 weeks later, I've made my short film, but I still decided to keep the doll. It might be worth something when I get famous. Fingers crossed. A couple of days pass. It's 3 in the morning and I'm busy writing a script for potential short films. My wife is in bed sleeping, and with the exception of my PC monitor, there's no other light on. In the middle of my writing, I hear a doorknob turn, and a door behind me begins to open. Now, I'm 100% positive that it opened by itself, because we never leave the doors open. I get this strange feeling in my gut, but I quickly ignore it and get back to my writing. I wasn't scared, but nothing like this has ever happened to me. As a kid, I used to turn off all the lights in my basement, grab a flashlight, and go ghost hunting in my basement. My sister and cousin who I forced to come with me thought I was crazy. The next day, I was just cleaning around the house. I just brought my laundry to my room. When I tried to open the door to my walk-in closet, it was locked. That was a door I didn't even know we could get locked. It stayed locked until the morning after. That very night at 3 in the morning, as I was playing some video games, I heard a click behind me. The bathroom light turned on by itself, and I'm 100% sure that it was not on before. The strange feeling I had 2 nights ago soon returned. Just this morning, as I was driving to work, I felt a hand grasp on my shoulder. Nobody was in the car with me. Now, I'm not sure what the cause of all this is, and I don't want to speculate too much. I just don't know if the creepy doll has anything to do with this, but it all seemed to start after I found that doll.
When I was a junior in college, my friend invited me to attend a ballet with her and a teenage girl that she knew from back home. The girl was part of an educational advancement program that helped place her in a nearby high school, as well as provide accommodation and a home to live in with other students. All of her housemates had gone away for fall break, so my friend thought it'd be nice to take her out for a girls' night away. It was about midnight when we got back from the ballet. Since we were in the possession of a 16-year-old overdue curfew, it seemed very important to get her home as quickly as possible. The girl's house was fairly close to a student shuttle stop, and it wasn't far from the end of the campus, so we figured that we'd just walk her home and then double back. While we were walking back into town, we realised that you could easily take a shortcut through the slight wooded area to get to the campus easily, rather than walk all the way round, so we decided that the best option would be just to go through the woods. We didn't have a flashlight, but my friend's iPhone could do the job. Several minutes into our hike, we lost sight of the footpath and dorms. It was much darker now, and my friend was less certain where we were going, so we quickly paused to check our location. As we all huddled motionlessly around my friend's iPhone, we heard a twig snap behind us. We turned around to find a young woman. We think that she is probably a student, standing only a few yards away. Her hoodie was all the way up and you couldn't see her face. She seemed enormous, but given that I'm 5'3", anybody's taller than me. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Where were we going?" "We're heading to town," my friend said. "Where are you going?" "What do you need in town?" "We're taking her home." My friend pointed to the teenage girl. "Where does she live?" "Not far." "Where are you going?" "Do you know how to get there?" She started walking closer to us. The teenage girl grabbed a fistful of my coat and actually got closer to me in fear. "Yeah, we'll figure it out. Are you going towards the campus or into town?" "Which way is it, her house?" She was now within a few feet of us, and she kept on slowly approaching. My friend quickly blurted out, "Just this way, good night." She was bluffing, but any direction away from the student seemed like a good direction. The plan was a failure. Within seconds, I could hear her crunching the leaves behind me. She was following close enough to touch me. I sped up. I was certainly about to get a knife in my spine if I didn't go away. When my friend saw me rushing, she turned back to see the student following us. She grabbed the teenager's hand and the three of us began to run. We never turned back. I'm not sure how long the student followed us, especially since we figured out we were running the right way when the teenager yelled out, "That's it." We were very close to being back to her accommodation, finally back under the lights. The girl's program advisor was home, waiting for her, and she made us a cup of tea each while we waited for the campus police to drive out and escort me and my friend back to our dorm. Once safely in the back seat of a college security vehicle, we told the officer why we wanted a ride. He told us that this is the third time that they had picked up students being scared running from the forest, also encountering that strange girl in a hoodie. They actually alerted the local police to go and search in there, but they never found anyone. He figured that it was just a student on a stroll from the dorms and we had nothing to worry about. As soon as we got out of the car, my friend got a text from the teenager. She was certain she had seen the student outside her window, but again, when somebody went out to investigate, no one was there. I never found out what actually happened. I just hope that the creepy girl in the woods is not the same student whose body was found out there a year later. Around March, me and my roommate at college decided to go camping at a place just above our college in Eastern Kentucky one day. We had got up there and unpacked our tent and soon realised that we had forgotten the poles. So we started to pack up and started to head down the mountain. At this time it's about to storm. It's around 9 PM at this time and it's dead silent in the woods. My friend had fallen and hurt his knee, so I grabbed some of the gear he brought too and called for a buddy to meet us at the bottom of the mountain. A side note is that we had usually whistled to each other while hiking because it's easier than shouting. Anyway, I hear this whistle which is a pretty unique one. It's coming down the mountains. I'm assuming it was our other friend waiting at the bottom for us. I then whistled back until he calls us and asks if we're whistling at him. We tell him, "No, I just whistled back at you." He then tells me that he heard two distinct whistles. Then I heard the same whistle coming again from behind me up the mountain. At the time I didn't really think much of it. Later on I smelled ozone around the mountain, and when I described this to my fiance, she was getting chills and told me about the skinwalkers, or the goatman of the Appalachian Trail, that supposedly smells like ozone and it mimics its potential victims. Now I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it was another person. Maybe it was something different, paranormal. I'm just damn sure that it wasn't a bird.
This story belongs to a friend of mine. He told me this once, and I simply have to share it. My friend is of Wui-Queenux heritage, a Native American tribe who settled in the Pacific Northwest coast. He is quite a character. For one, he is a whopping 6'10" and has the blackest eyes that you could imagine. He always has this frowning face going on, which makes him even more intimidating. He is everything but a bad guy. In fact, he is the most gentle of giants. He was working at a gas station up in North back in 1992. He has pretty much always worked the graveyard shift, from 11 PM to 7 AM. Business wasn't exactly booming at nights, so he was usually watching TV or reading magazines between customers. And there were a few. This area he lived in and worked in was deeply associated with all things Native American. There was a potent sense of pride in the surrounding communities, but also a very distinct presence of superstition and old traditions. My friend was no exception. He was a firm believer in all things of the old. This made his encounter even more terrifying. One night, he was sitting as usual watching TV when a customer entered the gas station. The customer paid for his gas and a pack of smokes and some soda and returned to his car. Nothing unusual. But as my friend looked out the window towards the customer's car, he spotted what looked like a huge dog sitting by the edge of the woods. Now the window is located out on the side of the building, some distance from the sliding door, and overlooks the pumps and the roof covering it. On the sides of the roof, there are pretty strong halogen lights, which shine in to the gas station. This gives the gas station not only eerie lighting, with the blinds casting long, stripped shadows, but also blinds the teller to an extent. As he peered through the window trying to focus on the dog, it was gone. He didn't think much of it. Even if it were a wolf, he was inside and wolves don't tend to rob gas stations at night. Wolves were common here, but this wolf was huge. He brushed it off and returned to his mindless show on TV. A couple of hours go by, and not a single customer had entered since the last. He was about to refill some condiments when he heard a large thud coming from the back. It wasn't inside, but he could hear it. It came from the back, and behind the building they kept the garbage. The gas station has been visited before by scavenging homeless, but my friend didn't really care. It wasn't his garbage, and it was just garbage. Let them take it. But it kept getting noisier. He decided to grab a flashlight and a gun from the office and circle around the back to tell whoever was venturing there to leave. He had had enough. His presence alone would have scared off anyone, but he wanted to feel safe just in case. He exited through the sliding doors, walked past the window he was sitting by, and as he turned the corner, he shines his light towards the dumpster. As the cone of light hits the dumpster, My friend instantly drops the flashlight and the gun. It's the huge dog he saw before, scouring through the garbage. It wasn't a dog though. It clearly stood on its hind legs, reaching the same height as himself. It could not be a bear. It was too gaunt. The creature's eyes had been glowing in the light of the flashlight, making it even more terrifying. He ran inside the gas station, and he wasn't followed. He locked the door and stayed in the whole night, and quit the very next day. My friend is still convinced that he saw a skinwalker, a shape-shifting shaman of sorts that are common occurrences in Native American lore and culture. I don't think he ever plans on working nights again.
Not long before the summer of 1996, my parents decided that I was going to summer camp. My input was not taken into account. I was overweight, becoming more so every day. They thought spending some time in the great outdoors was going to fix all of this. I did have one friend, Max. My parents convinced his mum and dad that Max should accompany me. Max was overweight like I was, and he hated the idea just as much as I did. We begged and moaned to our parents, but it didn't make a difference. Max's parents had a home in Val, and they decided to go on a camping trip in Colorado. Calling the camp rustic was a gross understatement. The cabins had no electricity or running water. The showers had to be used sparingly, and they weren't exactly hot. And the thing was, it was supposed to be at the discretion of the campers. I never understood this. The daily activities consisted of hiking, horseback riding, riflery, rock climbing, rappelling and water rafting. Normal activities for children, but I didn't like any of this. I was overweight. We stayed at Max's family home in Val for a few days before leaving towards the camp. We enrolled for a 3-week term, the shortest on offer. So for several days in Val, Max and I ate as if the world was ending. With any luck, we would come back to our parents only slightly less fat than before when they hatched the plan to begin with. So there we are, we just arrived at the camp, streamer trunks full of clothes and assorted equipment. We had some normal stuff, like backpacks, flashlights, canteen stuff, portable cookware, etc. Now to reach our cabins, we had to haul our trunks 1 mile up a hill. Now, we had no idea in advance just how bad that our accommodations were going to be. We were also practically in tears when we heard that we were only going to be allowed 1 care package during the 3-week term. Our first impressions were unsurprisingly that of a poor one. Max and I both recognised how pathetic our attitudes were eventually though. Our distress quickly disappeared. However, many of the kids in our cabin had similar tastes in music and movies, so we quickly become friends. Our counsellor was a stout hippie named Storm. I don't recall his age, he was likely in his mid-20s. He was a really nice guy, and we just all talked to him straight away. One of our bunkmates had a little more difficulty settling in. He was called Dustin. He was a runt, thin, pale, and sticky looking. We initially thought that he was just painfully shy and that he had some kind of anxiety, but thereafter we realised that he was just weird. He was glassy-eyed and almost looked otherworldly. We did try and connect with him initially, but eventually we just let him fade into the background. Now at night, we would lie in our beds and tell stories for about an hour or so before falling asleep. At this time, Dustin engaged in a weird routine. He would leave the cabin and go walking in the dark. The terrain was very diverse. There was lots of ditches that were actually a few feet deep. There were bear sightings every so often. Now I'm quite sure that there was no shortage of other weird creatures out there, and for some reason, Dustin had his best interest in roaming around there with them. None of these complications deterred him though. Oddly, Storm took no issue with it. "Do your thing, man," he would say to Dustin routinely. About a week or so into our 3-week term, we went on cabin campouts. This consisted of an elder of the boys teaming up with the younger cabin. The age range was from 8 to 17 years old, hiking anywhere from 20 to 30 miles away from the cabin and then coming back. Storm was bouncing with the opportunity. He had the perfect spot. He went on to describe a valley that was absolutely bouncing with colours. There was loads of wildflowers everywhere, and it was just beautiful. He called it Horse Mountain. Now we're all fairly certain that this was a product of drug-induced fantasies, but Storm proved us all wrong when he led us to the exact location just like he described. We explored during the day, and at night time, we would huddle around a fire, eat dinner, tell ghost stories. On the fourth night, we implored Storm and Dave, the counsellor of the elder boys' cabin who accompanied us, to tell us about skinwalkers. For those of you who may be unaware, there is a legend that the spirits of deposed and murdered Native Americans would disguise themselves as animals and seek revenge by indiscriminately attacking anybody who come across their path. So these are skinwalkers. The counsellors refused initially. The camp had apparently fielded numerous complaints from parents that younger campers were being scared to death by the ghost stories. Now eventually, Dave was the one who broke his silence. Our persistence had paid off. As he began his story, Dustin, maintaining his weird attitude, began standing up, walking around, and Storm called out to him, "Dude, would you at least take a lantern so we can see you?" Dustin obligated and slunk off. The little light from the lantern was becoming dimmer and dimmer as he made his way across the valley. Dave resumed the story. We sat there, mesmerised for what seemed like a very long time. We all sat there, both captivated and scared, till eventually the story came to a close. We just sat there in silence for a few more moments. Then, we talked for a while when Storm abruptly said, guys, where's Dustin?" We were so caught up in the story that we paid no attention to where Dustin was going. We looked in all directions but saw no tiny light jogging off in the distance. "Alright, he probably just turned off his lantern. Wait till he gets back up here," Dave reassured. So we waited for an hour, then another hour. Nothing. At this point, we broke into 3 groups. Max and I attached ourselves to Storm, and we set off down the valley. "I bet a sleepwalker got him," Max murmured. "Stop that," Storm snapped back. It was the first time I'd ever seen Storm say something like that. He'd never been foul before. At this moment, I realised that Dustin could be in serious trouble. We all looked throughout the night. A feeling of panic befell all of us as the sun began to rise. Storm and Dave argued. They should never allow Dustin to go off on his own. After some intense arguing back and forth, they decided that Dave would hike to go and get some help. We all sat there in this terrifying silence and we waited for his return. He come back hours later with law enforcement and mountain rangers in tow. They asked us questions and then instructed us to return to the camp. When it got out how that they let him walk off unaccompanied, the ranger was disgusted. Another was in absolute rage. We then rode by van back to the camp. Storm was asked to leave. Now I don't know if he ever got into legal trouble, but our new counsellor Dave wouldn't say anything about what happened to him. Now 3 weeks passed and Dustin was not found. The authorities were able to track him up to a certain point, but then it vanished. I regretfully confess that things returned to normal for me and my bunkmates fairly quickly. We were remorseful that a kid our age was missing, but we felt little to no connection with him. We were compelled by the adults around us to try and forget about what was happening and enjoy the rest of the summer. Max and I enjoyed our time there so much that we asked if we could stay for another 3 weeks. Luckily, the camp had the space to accommodate us. Our parents were absolutely gobsmacked but overjoyed. So one day, I was playing football with Dave and got to a group of campers. There was a long field we used for sports which dipped down into a deep integration ditch which was 5 to 10 feet deep. Woods laid beyond that. There was not a cloud in the sky. Dave was a quarterback. He was crouched down ready to snap when suddenly he straightened up and squinted into the distance. "What the hell's that?" he muttered under his breath. "Hang back, guys," he commanded and began walking briskly towards the integrated ditch. We looked towards the woods and saw nothing odd. There was a strange dark colour mass waving at the edge of the ditch. It would kind of poke up for a second, then quickly dip back down the bank repeatedly. We really couldn't make out what this thing was. We then disobeyed Dave and made out after him. He stopped about 10 yards from the ditch. We went up to him. "Is that an animal?" the campers asked. "Guys, get away from here, that's not an animal." Slowly, the form revealed itself to be a person. It was on its hands and knees. Its back was arched and it had an attempt to stand up but fell straight down. Finally, it did stand upright. It swayed on weak legs. It was small, like a woman or child. It was completely covered in mud, presumably from trying to get up the bankment. "Oh my god," one of the campers whispered. It was Dustin. He was covered from head to toe in mud and blood. There was a gash on his forehead that extended from his temple nearly over to the other side of his head. I will never forget that haunting black silhouette against the backdrop of the clear blue sky. Aside from the gash on his head, all we could see was the white of his wide screaming eyes. Dave approached us. Dustin slowly extended a hand. As Dave touched his shoulder, Dustin let out an ungodly scream. He then collapsed on the ground, sobbing and screaming. "Go get help," Dave shouted. An ambulance rushed to the scene and later took Dustin to a nearby hospital. The camp staff were very secretive about the situation. We pled with them to tell us something, anything about what happened. He was a Mountain Dew junkie, so we piled him up with Mountain Dew, but he still wouldn't say. Suddenly, "Look," he said, and beckoned for all of us to sit around him. "I know what happened to Dustin, I won't lie, you know that. But if I could take back what happened, I would. It scares the hell out of me. I'm not going to share it with you, that's the end of." We felt the gravity of his words. We continued to talk about Dustin amongst ourselves, but stopped appealing to the adults. Initially, we were almost certain that it was something supernatural like a skinwalker perhaps. As time went on, Max and I consoled with each other the idea that Dustin may have been abducted. He lacked the supplements he needed to treat the water for gangrene and other stuff, so I doubt he was able to survive on his own. Did he stumble upon the wrong person, or wrong people by chance? Maybe somebody deliberately released him this way. I don't know. Max's mother knew Dustin's parents as they're all part of a small community in Val. Many years later, she told us in addition to suffering from shock, Dustin had severe burns on his body that doctors thought were the result of being doused with boiling water repeatedly. His appearance back at the camp 3 weeks later after his disappearance is also a mystery, but it also seems to point to the wickedness of others. Maybe he was returned to show us how bad he suffered. Over the years, Max and I remained friends and we returned to the subject at odd intervals. One time in high school, I brought up Dustin while having dinner with Max and his mother. She made an offhand comment about some people don't have the parental instinct. I pressured her about what she meant. She said Dustin had severe medical trauma and mental problems and his behaviour changed dramatically after the ordeal. His parents couldn't cope with the challenges of raising him and they abandoned him in a psychiatric ward. None of his old friends in Val had even contacted him or knew his whereabouts. If, dear reader, you're looking for closure, I can offer none. Certainly this is not a happy ending, but maybe it can be a teaching moment. I've told this story to dozens of people over the last 2 decades. They always point to the obvious desperate evil and depravity of Dustin's abductors. They never recognise what I consider to be the most disturbing element of this story. Dustin was discarded by the people closest to him, his parents, the counsellors, even us kids. He was odd, but not bothering with him made him even more vulnerable. Even with the noblest of intentions, Complacency and distance can put oneself and the others into the path of ruin. All it takes is a bit of indifference to lead the lamb to the slaughterer.
A Navajo tribal police officer was driving west on what used to be officially named Highway 666. It was lightly snowing, maybe a quarter of an inch, which was a lot of snow for home, and he sees an old woman walking on the side of the road. How she got there or where she was going was not apparent, because she was so far into the middle of nowhere. He didn't see her right away, but as he passes he noticed that she's dressed in traditional clothing, a shawl, dress, and her hair is in the traditional bun. Not too odd. Many elders still choose to dress traditionally. But why was she out in such cold weather, and at this late at night? Hitchhiking maybe. He passed her too quickly, and now had to turn around. As he made a U-turn, he notices that she's nowhere to be seen. This is a fairly flat terrain, and he's sure that he's seen an old woman walking. He pulls the squad car over and steps out with a flashlight. Confused, he manages to find the woman's footprints in the shallow snow. He stops the footprints until they suddenly turn into what looks like dog footprints leading away from the road in a hurry. He immediately jumps back into the squad car and meets up with another officer near his patrol. He's a little shaken up, but asks the other officer if he's seen anything like that. The officer tells him that he has, and he also explains that sometimes it's an old woman, sometimes a very beautiful young girl, but always on the road and always in the snow, waiting for the right good Samaritan to let her in their car. I still get nervous driving up these wide open spaces at night. I keep my eyes strictly on the road and turn my music up high. I rarely pick up hitchhikers, but I never pick them up at night.
I've always been a bit of a skeptic, ever since I was a kid. Scary stories don't faze me. Horror games have never frightened me, and whenever I hear something weird at night, I instantly assume that it's something normal, just like an animal or something. Despite this, something very unsettling happened to me the other day, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. It's the first time in years that I've been genuinely frightened. So I live in a forested area in the US. Me and my girlfriend live in a large cabin there, and although there are many roads nearby, our nearest neighbourhood is at least 1 kilometre away. We also have 2 cats, one of which sleeps in the bedroom with us, while the other goes out at night and does whatever cats do when they're out of sight. Anyway, I like to stay up late at night and sleep late into the morning, whereas my girlfriend, she's an early bird. So anyway, it was about 1 in the morning. I was watching some crap on TV in the living room, whilst my girlfriend slept in the bedroom. I was beginning to grow tired when I heard something outside. Now it was pretty near to the cat flap. For clarity, our cat flap uses an electronic chip, so only our cats can use it. So I just assumed that it was one of the cats coming into our house. I ignored it, but then I heard it again. It sounded like something thudding against the flat. Now this happened a few more times before eventually I just lost my patience. I went straight up to go and open the door. Clearly, this stupid cat was having trouble trying to get in. I never really thought much of it at the time, but this was weird because we feed our cats well. They're very lean rather than chubby. So anyway, with this confusion in my head, I passed the bedroom and I peered in as I walked past. I wanted to see if my girlfriend heard the noises too. She was fast asleep, but the cat that sleeps with us was now staring out the window, wide awake. I called her name. Nothing. She just keeps staring. I shrugged it off and I kept heading towards the kitchen. To be honest, I was getting a little unnerved at this point. It didn't really make sense why my cat was looking out the window like that and also not responding to me. But I eventually reached the back door. There, I saw a dark shape through the translucent cat flap. I sighed, expecting the cat to be out there, and opened the door. It took a moment for the door to open, and I then saw the cat tense up as I opened the door. I opened up the door. I froze. It wasn't my cat. Whatever it was had started moving before I opened it, and I only caught a glimpse of a distorted figure. It was kinda like a tailless dog. Now, this thing was moving quick, bolting, absolutely blazing out of there. I freaked out and slammed the door shut. What the hell was that? I wasn't sure. Then, my natural skepticism kicked in. I just assumed it was my other cat, and I merely started laughing. Perhaps the darkness made it appear larger. Nevertheless, I was creeped out, but decided to go back to sleep. But as I slipped into bed, I realised something more horrifying. The second cat was asleep on the rug. It took me a long while to fall asleep that night. Everything seemed normal now. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Well, that was until a few hours later. I woke up to a strange feeling of dread. Something just wasn't right. My girlfriend was fast asleep. I held my breath. I then heard something creaking by the door. It sounded way too loud to be one of the cats. It was as if a person was walking about. I reached towards a bedside cabinet and flicked on the lamp. The room was now fully illuminated. I then saw something standing just outside the open door, staring right back at me. The same twisted figure that I spotted outside earlier. It wasn't very tall, maybe a little over 5 feet, but what was wrong with its face? That was what scared me the most. I only caught a glimpse of it, but what I saw is going to stay with me forever. It looked like a dog, but with an elongated face, almost human-like eyes. You know the weird distorted snarl hounds pull when they pissed off? It was that expression. I instantly started yelling profanities as I scrambled backwards trying to straighten myself up. The creature then turned and sprinted down the hall. I heard it dash outside and go past the window behind us just above the headboard. I managed to look out as my girlfriend started to panic as she woke up fully. We both caught a glimpse of whatever the hell that thing was as it dashed into the woods nearby our home. Grabbing my trusty shotgun from beneath the bed, as well as a couple of rounds from the ammunition box that sits right next to it, I ran outside the room in my underwear and rounded the kitchen. The door was fully open. I'd forgotten to lock it when I originally saw that thing. Now I haven't seen it since. We still live in our cabin, but I've got about 40 sturdy locks on all of the main doors and windows in the house. I always check them at night. I also go to bed a little bit earlier than I used to, so I'm asleep when the freaks of night start to wake up. I've read a bunch of stories that I can compare to my story. I guess I saw what you call a skinwalker. I just know that I never want to see it again.
My grandfather told me a story once, as we sat around a campfire in his backyard. In the cool night of the Arizona desert, the horizon was clear, and each star twinkled in a purple sky, with a full flat moon hanging over the mountains. His voice was raspy and gravelly, the result of a lifetime of smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. The fire danced and shined across his dark, wide eyes as he settled into his seat, ready to tell his story. Way back when I was a boy about your age, I lived outside an Apache reservation with your great-grandfather. He had returned from the war and set about raising horses and cattle on an 100-acre ranch settled between a brambly mountainside with dirt good for growing thorn bush and not much else. One night, my mother was sick, and Pa and I took a trip downtown about 50 miles away, straight through a dry desert, over a washed-out creek and some old abandoned farmsteads. Pa and I were driving an old Ford pickup truck. I remember it was dark out, inky and thick, with only the lights of our old truck lighting up the road. I remember when the engine began to splutter, and the truck slowly had to stop. "God damn it," Pa said, guiding the Ford to the side of the road as it coasted to a halt. "Stay here, son," and he stepped out into the darkness, shutting the door with a heavy thud. My window was down, and the cool desert air was breezy and felt good on my hot face and neck. Pa was getting water from the back to cool the engine, and that's when I smelt it. Rotten eggs. Strange, I thought, to smell sulfur in the desert. My nose also picked up carrion, like one of those dead, bloated cattle that would drop from the heat and lay there until the crows pecked enough holes into the hide that the whole thing would explode. It stunk, and I gagged. My skin started to tingle too, and the back of my neck felt itchy, and my face started to get hot. The wind stopped blowing. "Pa?" No answer. My heart started beating, and I felt such a fear in me, in my bones and in my chest. Boy, I tell you, I've never felt fear like this. Not until Vietnam. Not until I saw men dying around me. I locked the door and reached over for my pa's door and saw a shadow bound across the road through both dim beams of light, across the partially opened domed hood. There was a creature. You have to understand, there were legends. Old legends. Older than the rock cairns out in the valleys. Older than the crazy horse, than Sitting Bull. Older than the Indian chiefs and their shamans. The Apache, the Hopi, the Cherokee, all of the old tribes and first people. They told tales and old stories about dark Indian magic. A deal made with the old spirits of blood sacrifice to gain power, old power, enough to fight each other, the Spanish, and later the white men that came for their lands and women. They called them skinwalkers, shape changers, old warriors resurrected as skinless men, all sinew and muscle, walking on deer legs with the torso of a man and the head of a coyote, but messed up, with long, malformed snouts, teeth like a Bowie knife, long arms and standing 7 foot, even hunched over they'd gut the old cowboys and white riders. They'd run through bullets, sabers, part the Spanish armor as if it were potato sacks. They could also change their voice to match the person that you knew, or might know. That's what I saw. Big and fast, only for a second it ran across the road, and it turned, looked right at me in the cab, right into my eyes, and I swear it grinned at me. I sank into my seat in shock and fear, shaking. I knew death was near. The air was electric. I smelled ozone and brimstone. The air felt like right before when lightning comes and blows a tree into smithereens. I yelled for my pa, but no words came out, just a dry squeak. I was shaking as Grandfather told his story. He was still here, so I know he lived, but the supernatural always fascinated me, and even now, I felt the force of his words. The real power of skinwalkers was the trickery, sure. They could change their voices, but also their skin. That's why the gods took their hide, so that they could take others. Not for long, the legend says, maybe an hour, before the soul of the skin who they were wearing would come looking for their mortal shell before going to whatever hell awaited them. Though I think that getting skinned alive was hell enough. A minute passed in what felt like a lifetime. 1 second in 1,000 years. My father opened the door and I jerked my head to the left, putting my fists up to fend off an attack. "Son, it's me," my father said, before climbing into the cab. He grasped the steering wheel and pulled himself in, awkwardly jerking himself back into the seat. I cringed in the corner. I looked at him. I looked hard. Boy, your great-grandfather was a good man. Treated me and my ma right. He fought the Nazis and saw the worst of the men in Poland when he freed all them camps. And now I was taking his measure. Is this my father? Do I make a run or do I die? Is this him or not? Let's go get that medicine for your ma. As he pulled the truck into gear and pulled it out onto the road, and our trip resumed. I guess it was him after all, my grandfather said. But how did you know? Was it because he said something about your mum? No, boy. I knew because out the window, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the beast running 50 miles an hour right next to the car, looking at me with those yellow eyes and a grinning mouth. I looked and saw it, hunched and angry, running next to us. My father kept his eyes on the road, locked straight forward. He said to me, "Son, don't look at it. Don't look at it." And that's how I knew.
Hi, I'm about to tell you a story that's absolutely true. My grandfather lived in Mighton, Utah, and he told stories about skinwalkers and how they could take form of any animal or anyone you knew. I asked him one day, "Did you ever meet one?" And he told me, yes. I asked him when. A very long time ago, before you were even born, before your mother was born. It was when I was young and foolish. I went to the valley, the Skinwalker Valley. It's a valley where life never enters, not even the crows. The very guardians of death will never go there. They too fear the evil that lives out there. He continued with his story. I went out there to show people that nothing evil existed in the valley, nothing but their fears, but I was wrong. He went on that he had gone to the Skinwalker Valley in his old red Ford truck to prove to everyone that what they thought they knew were just stories used to scare them. When he reached the valley, he remembered the grass was black, as if it had been burned and survived the fire. The trees looked dead, but were still alive. He told me he had seen a house not far from where he stood. It was an old house, and its roof was caved in. The door was gone, so he walked towards it, and there were strange marks on the side of the house. Animal skeletons were strewn all about the property, as if there were a sacred burial ground. Then he heard her, his grandmother. She had died a long time ago, but he heard her. The spirits were calling for him, for his life, for his skin, for his blood, and for his soul. They were the lost souls. They could change form from man to beast. They chased and scared him, and told him that they would never forget him. Whenever I visited my grandpa, he would show me something that was brand new, but had been broken the next day. These spirits would kill his animals, so he finally stopped keeping his dogs outside. It got to the point where I snapped at him, telling him that his stories were lies. I told him to prove it. He turned around, pulled his shirt up, and all I could do was gasp. I look at his back. It was torn here and there. Not one part of his back was unmarked. There were wide claw marks, too straight and too far apart to be made by any human. I was scared and started to cry. I remember my mother running to see what was the matter. She screamed and ranted at Grandpa as he told me. She screamed and ranted at Grandpa as she told me. She screamed and ranted at Grandpa as she held me. But he did nothing but stare at the field across the road from his house. She finally gave up and carried me inside. But as I looked over my mother's shoulder, I saw it. A large, black dog with white eyes. It was watching Grandpa, and he was watching it as if he was waiting for it to attack him. It never did. I never saw that dog again. My grandpa died 2 months later. The doctor said his heart gave out, but I knew that was a lie. His arm had fresh claw marks. That was 42 years ago. No one has ever believed me, but it's a true event, so I'll tell you that the world would know. Never look into a skinwalker's eyes. It will never forget you. If you do, sooner or later it will have your soul. You can fight and refuse to give in to a skinwalker's power. But if that's the case, then I hope you're not afraid to die.
It's an experience he had with a skinwalker on the Navajo reservation. When I was about 11 or 12, we lived in a small house made out of mud and stone, a lot like the house we have now. It was 2 of my brothers and I in the house at the time. Everybody else had gone to James Fest and that left us to tend to the sheep. We were getting ready for bed when we suddenly heard the dogs going crazy outside. Thinking it was nothing more than coyotes howling in the distance, we just told them to be quiet. We began to drift off into sleep and the dogs would not shut up. Somehow, I was able to go to sleep for a few hours. Then I woke up later into the night. It was very quiet and still in that house, save for my brother snoring and breathing. I realised soon that I needed to use the outhouse and woke up my brother to take me there. He teased me about being scared, which I certainly was. We went out with our flashlight to the outhouse. The dogs began with their crazed barking and started snarling. They were going from one place to the next, just rushing to the bushes. I was now waiting for my brother to come out of the outhouse as he went first. While waiting, I tried to follow the dogs with my flashlight. Suddenly, there was a very loud whine from one of the dogs. Then everything went quiet. It was really too quiet for that time of year. Not even the sheep were making noise. Suddenly, I heard a few of the dogs going completely mad by the truck. When I looked over, there was this man. He was unbelievably tall, leaning one arm on the cab roof of the truck. He was looking at the dogs a little, suddenly kicking one of them. They all scattered into different directions. The thing then looked up at me and I saw its face. It was a pure white face like a full moon, with 2 burning red eyes, a slight smile that was pure black. I couldn't move or make a sound. This thing, whatever it was, then began making very tall long strides towards me, until it finally towered over me. As soon as it approached me, all I could see was a colour of blood red. I kept getting deeper and deeper lost into its eyes. I could faintly hear my brother coming out of the outhouse. With this, the thing looked up at him. Reality came rushing back to me. I noticed that my brother was too distracted with his buckle to realise what was going on. I then realised that this thing had its horrible looking, long fingernails, just inches hovering above my head. Its skin was black ashy, and it smelled like a bloated dead animal in summer. I was still unable to move or speak. The skinwalker began moving towards my brother now. Finally, noticing this, my brother became just as paralysed as I was. Closer and closer it drew, reaching an extended arm out towards my brother's head. Suddenly, something finally snapped in me. I became unbearably angry. I broke from my trance and lunged at the skinwalker, raising my arms like a wild animal, baring my teeth at it. A growl came out that I knew I couldn't have made normally. I became more and more angry at the thing trying to hurt us. I kept that smile at first, but the angrier I got, the more my smile faded. Finally, with everything I had, I began to make this primal roar at it. It fell backwards and ran away into the night. The next morning, my family returned from the fest. After replaying the story to my parents, they quickly hired a medicine man.
Growing up in the central US, I've heard all of the myths and legends about skinwalkers. I never really gave them any merit up until last week. I've also heard that talking or thinking about them can draw them in, but I gotta tell someone. Please excuse any formatting errors, and this is my first post I'm on mobile. So let me start with some background. My name's Dakota. I'm 26 and have grown up in and around the Southern Rockies and the Superstition Mountains and all of the vast wilderness that is Colorado, Utah, Arizona and New Mexico. All my life I've been drawn to the outdoors, hiking, climbing, biking, rafting, kayaking. You name it, I've done it. I'm very experienced in all these activities, and have worked as a guide and survival instructor since 19. I've experienced many strange, possibly paranormal things due to my time in the wilderness, but I'm rambling. So anyway, last Friday, I took some time off for myself, just to get back in tune with the solitude of nature. I packed all my gear, finished going through my checklist, and made sure to let some of the other guides know where I was heading when I'd be back. Then I loaded my gear into my four-wheeler, made sure my bear, my very sweet and loyal overprotective German Shepherd, was comfy in the passenger seat. He is my lookout, adventure partner and best friend. He never leaves my side, even to the point when I have to use the bathroom. So we set out shortly after 11 AM towards a canyon I'd recently discovered hidden away behind the thick bush and at an apparent rock side. After about 5 hours of driving through the dusty and desolate landscape, the trails continue on between a narrow passage through the mountainous cliffs. When we arrive, I parked the four-wheeler behind a large outcropping of boulders, took the keys, and covered it with a colour. Not that I was worried about theft. I was probably miles away from the nearest human. I covered it to keep the unforgiving sun to prevent any melting damage. After getting the four-wheeler stashed away, I adorned my pack and my sidearm, a large caliber Desert Eagle. There aren't many animals that you can kill out here, but I had the gun for protection. I surveyed the area. There was thick bush and dry foliage all around us with small foot trails. I clear them on the four-wheeler and see a large rock pile in front of us. I skirted around the rocks to the very narrow passage in behind the left side. It's a tight squeeze, and I had to remove my pack just to get through it. Now I had to slide and shuffle like this for about 20 feet, with cold jagged rocks against my chest and loose boulders against my back. The trail narrowed near the end, and I had stuck my chest in and wriggle my way out in a large opening in the rocks, where Bear happily waited for me with his head cocked to the side with confusion. He was confused why I struggled so much and he passed so easily. When I finally freed myself from the narrow rock, my jaw dropped. All around me, the cliff is covered in ancient paintings and carvings, some of which I recognize from some Native American sites used as religious sites. But many of these symbols were new to me. The most notable was a large painting near where the trail continued on. It depicted a large figure whose head and antlers resembled that of a deer, but the body was long and narrow, strangest of all, bipedal. It is at times like these that I wish I'd brought some piece of technology like my iPhone, but I usually leave it at home, bring in only an emergency satellite phone. Intrigued, I left the opening and headed on the trail. I was surprised by the steep downward slope that seemed to the heading down further and further into the earth, and I was even more surprised when the trail ended at the mouth of a large cave. It's actually a cave that I didn't know about. This couldn't get any better. I set down my pack, pulled out my flashlight. It was getting pretty dark, so I figured I'd just check out the opening, then settle for the night. I wandered in a few feet and abruptly stopped when the floor dropped down into a chasm. My flashlight barely penetrated the dark abyss below me. Disappointed that I'd need to return another day with my caving gear and possibly a partner, I headed back towards the mouth of the cave, and Bear, who had strangely stayed put, didn't follow me in. He must be tired, I thought, as I suddenly started to realise my own fatigue after nearly 5 hours of driving and 5 of hiking. I started a small fire with some newspaper logs I packed, in which burned for a surprisingly long time. I heated up some water for some dehydrated omelette. After a not very satisfying meal, I unroll my sleeping bag and get comfortable, with the fire by my side and a distant view of the stars peeking between the distant cliff tops that shelter me from the rest of the world. With that peaceful thought, I dozed off to the sound of the crackling fire and Bear snoring beside me. I sleepily checked my watch when I was nudged awake. It's almost 3 in the morning. I softly push Bear's head away from me, nudging me so I can go back to sleep. But that's when, in the dim of the fire, I see that his teeth are now bared, his head low beside me in a protective position. He was starting towards the mouth of the cave with a deep growl emanating from his throat. More alert now, I clumsily grabbed my flashlight and unholstered my pistol, my finger ready to switch off the safety. I mentioned to Bear to be quiet, which was a very handy skill that had taken a lot of time to learn. On command, he quieted, but still snarling at the dark hole in the cliff. I illuminate the edge of the drop-off, my gun aimed with the beam, and we listen. For a few minutes, all I heard besides silence was my heartbeat. Then finally, I heard it. I still can't describe it, but I'll try my best. It sounded like the belt of a goat and the yowl of a wild cat coming together to form words that are broken and foreign. Quiet at first, it's now accompanied by a clacking and scraping sound, getting closer and closer. I strain my eyes to the edge in the light of the beam. What I saw next, I'm sure has been burned into my mind's eyes and I'll never forget it. In the light, there's disgusting long rotten fingers. Something is there up over in the cave. The thing first pulled itself. It's now out of the cave. It's about 6 feet tall, with long deer legs, too skinny to support the weight. The body appeared to be semi-human, but a skeleton draped with rotting flesh, with patches of mangled fur and ribs protruding from its chest. The smell was wretched, and I wanted to look away to vomit and run, but I'm paralyzed with fear. I kept staring at the long curled antlers and the warped and twisted body, long arms hanging loosely in front of the claws scraping the ground, but mostly the disturbing contoured mix of human and animal intertwined to make a face so haunting I remember it to this day. And when it locked into my view, its empty rotted sockets met with my eyes. It lets out some horrifying words. "Let me help you," said very slowly. With that, I snapped out of my paralyzed state, switched off the safety, pulling the trigger twice, then 3 times. In an instant, the horrible thing before me flickered and was 2 feet to the right. I fired again and again, as the thing jerks towards me. Now I really don't remember much of what happened next. Bear barking, us sprinting, flashes of gunfire, the jerking and clanking, the evil voice again. "Let me help you." I just remembered the peak of sunlight, the roar of the side-by-side as me and Bear sped through the desert. We woke up in a shack uninjured, but forever scarred by the experience. It kept me awake every night since, and I needed to tell someone, to warn someone, please. If you ever see carvings or anything in a cave, do not enter.
Hey, leader of the Cryptid crew here. Alright, you guys were right. The name is too cheesy. Also, I probably wouldn't be the leader. Casey would. She's got a lot of energy. A few lovely people said they'd like to hear more of our adventures. Thanks for your interest. I've decided to compile a bunch of quick incidents that happened since I moved into my dorm. It's been a busy few weeks, so I can't write much. I've got another 5-page essay due Sunday. First, some background onto my dorm building. It's got a notorious reputation as haunted, and I live in the basement. People call the basement the Cryptid zone for 2 reasons. The first reason, just because Joe lives at the end of the hall, and there's quite a few people in on that joke. I swear the closer I got to the door with the nameplate Joe on it, the weirder I feel. The other reason is because of the vibes the basement gives off. The first time I showed Tal my room, they nearly stumbled over. The hallway is long, dark, and artificially lit. If you stared down the hall at night, you start to feel dizzy. That's how long it is. The artificial lighting feels absolutely soul draining, and the basement is always freezing. But that's nothing too abnormal. The real spooky thing is the ghost rumours. I have to admit it now. I've always been a skeptic, never really believing in any supernatural stuff. First night I moved in, I couldn't sleep at all. I moved in 3 weeks earlier than everyone else due to a special program at my university. There was only a handful of other kids living in my building. One other person in the basement with me, and she lives on the opposite end of the hall. That first night was terrifying, and I'm not quite sure why. My thoughts raced through my mind. No matter how many blankets I bunched around myself, I was cold, and I kept hearing things. For the first several hours, I convinced myself it was nothing. The creaks and cracks could be explained by the building's weak structure. The walls were paper thin here. But then I heard crying. I jumped out my bed in fear. The first noise was a nose sniffing. Then I heard a hiccup-like sob. They were so quiet, but not like they were muffled by the walls. It was like someone was trying to be quiet. With a trembling hand, I grabbed a knife and a flashlight from my nightstand. Yeah, I have a knife collection. It seemed like a good idea to bring that with me to protect myself in college. I roll out of bed and head towards the empty side of my room. I turn on my flashlight and scan the room. I wanted to leave, because I'm not going to be that stupid white person from the horror movies. Well, I'm not white, but whatever, you get what I'm saying. But I had nowhere to go, and it was 3:30 AM. I walked over to the walls, and pressed my ear against them. Though my hearing does suck, it's not completely gone. I attempted to listen for several minutes, but I didn't hear anything through the extremely thin walls. I didn't have neighbours yet, but my room was empty besides me, so I had to check. It was the only logical move I could make. After a very scary 30 seconds of searching my little dorm room, I admitted defeat and crawled back into bed. The next day, after meeting new people and attempting to make friends before classes officially started, I brought up the ghost rumours to them. They all said they heard the ghost story too. I asked if anyone heard anything weird, and 2 other people in my building, on the 1st and 3rd floor, said they'd heard something crying. A few days later, more weird stuff happened. We were there early for a special program, so we had homework already. One afternoon, I gave up on my stupid work and left it on my desk before leaving. When I got back 3 hours later, the papers were scattered all around my room and all over the floor. I simply joked about this to my friends, saying, "The ghosts must hate this class too." No, nobody else had the key to my room, and I didn't have a roommate yet, no RA, and no cleaning services. One person dismissed my ghost claims by saying it was just the AC moving the paper. My homework being thrown everywhere happens a few times, and sometimes it wasn't just papers, pens, folders, blinders, and even a protein bar once. I haven't known any cold AC units to be able to move protein bars and books. The morning after one of the first nights I stayed over at Casey's room, she told me something that still terrifies me. We were up pretty late, so when I eventually passed out in her arms, I was out. I can be a heavy sleeper at times. We woke to a phone ringing. My mum had tracked my phone, then freaked out when she noticed I wasn't home. Talk about an embarrassing phone call. One that had to happen over FaceTime because we were both hearing impaired. Her ears are much worse than mine. After I'd taken care of the messy parents itch, all Casey said was, "Sorry you got yelled at. She sounds a bit like a helicopter." When she noticed how embarrassed I was, she reassured me with a kiss, then gasped in realization. I asked what was wrong. Something really weird happened last night, but... What? Am I that bad? I asked jokingly. She shoots me a look that essentially says, "Shut up, idiot. Just listen for a second. I don't think you'll believe me, but I don't really have anyone else to tell, and well, it did happen to you." When Casey sounds scared, something must be really bad, so I shut up and listened. Last night, after you fell asleep, you started talking. "Do you talk in your sleep often?" Casey asked, unable to hide her fear in her voice any longer. Unfortunately, I was no help. "No, I never really have. Not to my knowledge, at least. And you know how my ex and I used to live together for months? She would have said something." I instantly regretted bringing up my ex with my new girlfriend, but thankfully Casey overlooked it. "Damn," Casey said through gritted teeth. I sat up asking what was wrong. "Okay, well, last night around 3:33, I know because I checked my phone, you started talking in your sleep, but it didn't sound like you." "Casey, what do you mean?" "The accent was different. The voice was deeper. You were saying the weirdest stuff too," Casey tried to explain. "Like what?" I asked. "What did I say?" "You said, 'Where's my bag? I left it on the 3rd floor.' What do you mean you don't know? What hotel is this? Great service." "Seriously, I said that?" I asked, perplexed. I vaguely remembered my dreams from the night before. They had everything to do with Casey, very little to do with a hotel. I told her my dreams had nothing to do with a hotel. "Yeah, you did. A bunch of other weird stuff too. You sounded like you'd been possessed by someone who died in a hotel." Casey's a firm believer in the supernatural, but I shook my head in disbelief. "There's no way. It's not possible." "How else do you explain it?" "We still don't quite know how. The last story I was debating on sharing because it was weird and mildly weird for me to put on the internet, but oh well, here it goes. So 2 days ago, I was exhausted from my early classes, late night studying before. Of course, I went to my dorm room after lunch for a well-deserved nap. Before I passed out, I thought to myself, man, I really should have taken my bra off before getting in bed, but I was too tired to move. I passed out. It was just like that sometimes. When I woke up, my bra was gone, nobody was in the room, and I slept lightly during naps, so I probably would have felt or heard someone. I've never sleepwalked, so I genuinely have no idea what happened to me. So there are those stories that I can think of from the Cryptid zone and beyond. Tell me what you think below. Also, I'm thinking about interviewing Joey and posting that next. He's an unusual man, that's for sure. When I asked where he was from when I first met him, he simply said, "I'm from around." He paused, realising he sounded too cryptic. "Around here." See you all next time, unless a ghost gets me.
My grandfather told me a story once, as we sat around a campfire in his backyard, in the cool night of the Arizona desert. The horizon is clear, each star twinkled in a purple sky, with a full fat moon hanging low over the mountains. His voice is raspy and gravelly, the result of a lifetime of smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. The fire danced and shined across his dark eyes as he settled into his seat, ready to tell his story. Way back when I was a boy, about your age, I lived outside an Apache reservation with your great-grandfather. He returned from the war, setting about raising cattle. Now, this is on a 100-acre ranch, settled between a mountainside, with dirt good for growing thorn bush and not much else. One night, my mum was sick, and my pa and I took a trip into town, about 50 miles away. Straight through a dry desert, over a washed out creek, and some old abandoned farmsteads. A fire sparked and a log crackled, jolting me out of the story. So Pa and I driving in an old Ford pickup truck. I remember this dark out, inky and thick, with only the lights out of our old truck lighting up the road. I remember too, when the engine began to sputter and the truck slowed to a jerky stop. God damn it, Pa said, guiding the Ford to one side of the road as it coasted to a halt. Stay here, son, he says as he steps out into darkness, shutting the door with a heavy thud. My window was down, and the cool desert air was breezy and felt good on my hot face and neck. Pa was getting water from the back to cool the engine, and that's when I smelt it. A rotten smell. Strange, I thought. Why could I smell sulfur in the desert? My nose also picked up on some weird rotten tomato smell, almost like one of the dead bloated cattle from the heat. You know where the crows come and pick holes in the side of them? It was foul and I gagged. My skin began to tingle too, and the back of my neck felt itchy. My face is getting hot. The wind had stopped blowing and hung still and heavy, with the stink filling the cab. Pa, I called. Dad. No answer. My heart started beating, and I felt fear in my bones, in my chest. Boy, I tell you, I've never felt anything like it. Not until Vietnam. I lock the door and reach over for my dad's door. I see a shadow bound across the road, through the dim beams of the light, across the partly open doomed hood. My grandfather paused. He spit a fat wad of tobacco off to the side. He looked passively into the darkness. I realized I was holding my breath. So what happened? He sighs, a creature, and shakes his head. You have to understand that there were legends, older than the rocks of these valleys, older still than Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, than the old Injun chiefs and their shams, the Apache, the Hove, and the Cherokee. All of them old tribes and First Peoples, they told tales, old stories about dark Indian magic, a deal made with old spirits, a blood sacrifice to gain power. Old power, enough to fight each other and the Spaniards, and later the white men who come for their land. They called them. He paused. Grandfather took a deep breath and plodded forward in his towel. Across the fire and the sky and the desert, the creek, the moon, the sun and old mountains. They call them skinwalkers, shape changers, old warriors resurrected as skinless men, with muscle, walking on deer legs, with the torso of a man, the head of a coyote, but really messed up, with long and malformed snouts, teeth like a bowie knife, long arms, standing 7 foot, even hunched over. They'd got the old cowboys and white riders. They'd run through bullets and sabers, part the Spanish armor like a potato sack. Wily too, and they could change their voice to match a person you might know. Boy, that's when I saw are big and fast. I don't know what it was only for a second. It runs across the road, grey and molted, muscles flexing under its legs, hooves clomping on the road, stringy muscle hunched over shoulders, and it turned, looking right into the cab and into my eyes, and I swear, boy, it grinned at me. I sank into my seat in shock, in fear, shaking. I knew death was near. The air was erratic. I smelled ozone and brimstone. The air felt like right before the lightning comes and blows a tree. Charged full with power. I yelled for my dad, but no words come out. I was shaking. As my grandfather told his story, he was still here, so I know he lived, but the supernatural always fascinated me. Even now, I feel the force of his words. Now the real power of the skinwalkers was tricky. They could change their voices, but also their skin. That's why the gods took their hide, so they could take others. Not for long, the legend says, maybe an hour before the soul of the skin they wore would come looking for their mortal shell before going to whatever hell awaited them. Though I think getting skinned alive was hell. A minute passes in what felt like a lifetime. 1 second in 1,000 years. My father's door opened and I jerked my head to left, putting my fist up to fend off an attack. "Son, it's me," my dad said, before climbing into his cab. He grasped the steering wheel, pulling himself awkwardly, jerking into the seat. I cringed into the corner looking at him, looking hard. "Boy, your great-grandfather was a good man, treated me and my ma right. He fought the Nazis and saw the worst of man in Poland when he freed them in the camps. And now, I was taking his measure. Is this my father? Do I make a run or die? Is it him or not? Let's go get the medicine for your ma," as he pulls the truck into gear, pulling into the side of the road. Our trip resumed. "I guess it was him after all," I said, "but how did you know? Was it because he said something about your mom?" "No, boy. I knew because out the window, out of the corner of my eye, I seen that beast running right next to the car, staring at me with them yellowed eyes, grinned mouth, and I saw it, hunched and angry, running next to us. I just looked straight forward and floored it. 'Son,' he said, 'don't look at it.' That's how I knew, boy."
To be perfectly frank, I hate talking to Greg. My particular line of work was pleasant enough to exempt me from much face-to-face contact with him. Unfortunately, of course, some contact is inevitable. "So," Greg sighed, easing his girth into the seat behind him, "why are we having this meeting?" I dropped my slender frame into the opposite chair. You called me in to have a meeting, Greg." He blinked, then sighed in disappointment. "You have a previously undocumented cryptid last week, which was sent to Shailene Mountain. Why was there an undocumented subject in your area?" I tried not to be condescending, because, well, if we'd known where it was, then it wouldn't have been previously undocumented. All wild subjects has to be undocumented before we can discover them. He looked at me with a mixture of confusion and disgust. "I realise that finding these subjects can be frightening, Lisa, but that's no excuse to let it affect your work," he sniffed. "And if you can't do with this job, I'll find someone who can. Everybody else in your position is at least 5'8" and 160 pounds. My blood began to boil, but I'd learned long ago not to show any emotion in front of Greg. I forced a smile. "I can assure you that I wasn't afraid. If you read the reviews from the extraction team and the medical report from the missing boy who I found, everyone gave me glowing reviews." Greg slowly took off his glasses before leaning forward in his chair. Lisa, I feel you are often a challenge to my authority. I learned to keep my mouth shut in these moments, but I'm sure my face was crimson. Greg sighed. The subject that you picked up last week, all 167.72 kilograms of it, has been residing in the Shaolin Mountains environmental niche reptilian program. It's several hundred acres of Colorado wilderness that's cleverly blockaded from any civilization entry. I nodded. Thank you for explaining that, Greg, but I was the lead consultant in designing this particular ENRP. Greg scowled. We've just got new orders from Washington, he explained gruffly. He tossed a stack of papers across the desk at me. Doibu needs to clean out his ENRP of all undocumented subjects. I stared at him in confusion. Clear out? Where do they go? Greg shrugged. Last week's subject has chromatically desirable object receptors. I think that's a phrase they used. My jaw dropped. People like his eye colour. He stared back in contemplation. When ground into a powder, it's apparently almost 3% less expensive than the lead-in black food colouring. I nearly leapt out of my chair. You're going to kill him and take his eyes out. Why? Greg sighed deeply. The federal government's official position is that it doesn't exist. What? I spat. Of course it exists. Greg shook his head. The official position is that there's no concrete evidence one way or another. So there cannot be a policy that recognises the existence of the subjects contained within the ENRP at Shaolin Mountain. Therefore, Doibu has been instructed to terminate all subjects therein. I closed my eyes and pulled several hairs out. If your emotional condition prevents you from being able to complete your task, Lisa, there are stronger people who are capable. I controlled my breathing. It wasn't easy. I'm absolutely fine, Greg. But you see that the order to dispose of something inherently implies that it exists. He blinked several times. The official position is that they do not exist. I sighed. Yes, Look, never mind. If they don't exist, why not simply release them back into the wild? Why are they going to kill him? Greg gazed at me stoically. They're not going to kill him, he said matter-of-factly. You are. I stared back, slack-jawed. Well, that wraps things up, Lisa. He shot a chip of voice. I stood up to walk away, shell-shocked. You know, they really screwed up the name of our department, he explained, mostly to himself as I walked out the door. I turned back to see him brooding and grave. They call it the Department of the Interior, but it only covers the outside stuff. I had been airlifted to Shaolin Mountain in a daze. By the time I'd landed, though, my resolve had returned. Though Greg had come to us in a helicopter, I knew that he was outranked once we landed on the ground. I'm not killing that cryptid, I explained to the man at the gate. I could tell that he was in charge, because everyone around him seemed to be afraid of him. He looked down at me. Okay, he responded simply. I sputtered, yeah, well, so that's it. Sure, he explained. The only reason you were requested is because they wanted the subject to be euthanized humanely. He turned away from me to stare at the Colorado sky. I felt betrayed at this moment. It would be a lot easier without that concern, the man continued, his hands clasped behind his back. A 7mm Winchester ballistic silver tip to the fire should cause death via hemorrhage within 24 hours. It's far less risky than the tranquilizer they suggested used before termination. Frankly, there's no telling how vicious this wild beast could get while they're men trying to put themselves at risk. 24 hours to die? That would be torture. You don't have to do that, he's not dangerous, I nearly shrieked. He glanced back. Don't worry, he won't be a threat if everyone remains in the jeep. Frankly, I'm glad to hear that you'll be staying out of harm's way. I don't think you realise what you'd be getting into with this monster. You better stay with Greg, where it's safe. My world span. I grabbed my head in my hands and walked away from the group. I focused on the crisp alpine air. I took in the 50-mile view of the wilderness. I thought about why I took this job in the first place. Then I returned to the people in charge. I'll do it, I responded meekly. Give me the tranquilizer gun and the rifle. I blinked away a rogue tear that I was determined not to let them see. But I'll need a bag of red gummy bears to do things right. I bounced back and forth as the jeep drove farther into the wilderness of the Shaolin Mountain ENRP. The rifle slid from side to side in my lap. Did George love Lenny? Mrs. Neese asked as she walked the rows of my 7th grade class. He shot Lenny in the head. Most people declare themselves unable to do that to a person they loved. She stopped pacing, and for reasons I'll never understand, she looked directly at me. But I'll have to ask most people a very specific question. If choosing not to kill someone is a result of your own discomfort, doesn't that mean you love yourself more than you love anyone else? Here she leaned in towards me and seemed to tune everyone else out. If your definition of love isn't completely sacrificing your own comfort, then how would you define it? My hands were too numb to tremble as I filled the bolt-action rifle with its deadly contents. I loaded the chamber with a decisive snap, then returned it to my lap. I had joined Doibu because I love the unknown parts of the world. Fear is power, but only to a certain few, and extracting fear is nothing different from extracting human potential. But sometimes the task of being human requires us to build impossible hope from nothing more than broken pieces. I am being forced to kill something that I love because I love it. That much of my humanity remains intact. I turned away from the rest of the people in the jeep, so I didn't have to hide my tears. The vehicle plunged onwards, unabated, into the hidden forest with the futile goal of finding something more monstrous than what was already in it.
Red River Gorge is a beautiful and huge park full of wildlife, rock climbing, waterfalls and dense forests, gorges and beautiful views. The place feels truly isolated, disconnected from the rest of the world. One evening, my boyfriend D and I decided to go camping at the gorge. We went out and tried to find a campground that was as backwards as possible. Sites were spread far from each other. Our site, that was on the edge of a very steep drop-off. We arrived at sunset and quickly set up. By the time we fully set up, the sun had set and we began making a fire. About 20 minutes into relaxing, we began to hear howling that doesn't go away, and it doesn't sound like it's far from us. We both freaked out by the realization that there were wolves nearby, but we tried to not overreact and continued to sit by our fire. 10 minutes later, I start hearing a faint yelling about 15 feet away past the cliff's edge. Now, I told Dee to be quiet and listen, and we're both frozen out of fear. A woman was now screaming. I couldn't make out any words at that point, but it was a deep, gurgling shriek, a noise that I've never heard a person make in my life before. Then I heard it. She was screaming, "Help, please someone help. Someone please help me," repeating this over and over again, howling at the top of her lungs. I'm terrified. She could have been turned around in the dark and fallen off the cliff. She could have been attacked by wolves or a bear or bitten by a snake. At this point we both sprinted into my car, frantically climbing inside, locking the doors. I tried calling the police but have no service. I threw the car in reverse and sped down the dirt road to find anyone that could help. The shrieks continued. I didn't make it far before I found 3 young men standing on the edge of the forest. I slowed down and cracked my window, still hearing that woman begging for help, and asking the men if they heard that. How could they have not heard it? I told them it was a young woman screaming in the forest. Then, 2 of them went sprinting into the darkness. Without questioning me or anything, the other one just stood by my car, assuring me he had no idea what was happening. While the 2 men were somewhere in the forest, I drove further down the dirt road until I found a spot to turn around at. When I came back, the screaming had stopped, and the men were back by the side of the road. I slowed down and asked them where the woman was, and one of the men that had run into the woods said, "Don't worry, it was actually just a kid messing around." I just said okay. I drove back as quickly as possible. We left the campsite and went straight home. Once out of the woods, we called the local police station multiple times to no answer. I know it wasn't a child. I've never heard such primal screams in my life. It made my skin crawl and my heart race just thinking about it. What did those men do that night? What was I a witness to? I live just where farmland meets the edge of the suburbia, on an island off the coast of BC. The climate here is sub-temperate rainforest, so the natural and untouched landscape is incredibly wild, dense and lush. I'm keen on endurance cycling, and I take full advantage of the trail network in the forest surrounding my area. I work long hours, so most of my winter rides are in complete darkness with my trusty trail light. One section of my home trail winds through a rainforest bog full of hundreds of trees. They're huge. It's absolutely beautiful in daytime. It feels like a magical place with shafts of sunlight piercing the fog, hundreds of different species of flora, and there's so many wild animals out there. It's really beautiful. Now at nights, my gut starts tightening as the thought of passing through this mile-long section of trail appears. One day about a year ago, I was lucky enough to get a chance to go for a ride through it, so I took it. It was cold and very rainy, with few other people out on the trail. I had packed thermos of hot coffee in my backpack, and I thought the rainforest-style bog was the best place to take a rest as any. Now, I chill out. I have an interest in botany, so I was looking closely at the lynches growing off of the huge Douglas fir. But suddenly, I felt distinctly not alone. No biggie. Lots of people use the trail, although not many are out there that day because the weather's so wet and cold. And that's when I heard it. A meow. That's odd because this isn't a good place for a cat to be alone. We have cougars and bears, but I hear a meow again. Except this time, it was canned and robotic sounding, like somebody playing a bad audio file with a cat. My gut starts to clench. It just sounded wrong somehow, and I can't figure out why. My hands were shaking when I unzipped my backpack to put my coffee thermo back in. I felt waves of nausea roll over me, and the air suddenly felt dense and thick. I was in a rainforest surrounded by trees and moss, but I felt like I can't get enough oxygen. I hadn't seen anyone for at least 10 miles, and I was distinctly aware of how far I was, and I couldn't really get any cell reception here either. Now, I hear the same meow again, but this time closer. I've never heard a cat like this before. It sounded like an imitation of a cat or a person saying meow. It was so tiny, cold and robotic. I now know that without hesitation, it's time for me to go immediately. I was panicked on the inside, but can't show fear, so I casually slung my leg over my bike and start riding. As soon as I got out of the bog, I ride the rest of the way home like a bat out of hell, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I can't see anything. I will never forget this experience for as long as I live. I've had some pretty disturbing things happen on my night rides, but nothing ever like this. I hate the fact that clearly something was imitating a cat, and I'm sure it was a recording. God knows who was out that deep into the forest too. I just hope I don't encounter this again. I used to love going for long hikes in the forest near where I live. I usually did it on summer's evenings. Yeah, I know this probably isn't the safest thing to do, but I always had my hunting rifle on me anyway. I mean, I'd be stupid not to. All it takes is one wild animal to go for you, and if you're unarmed, good luck to you. So anyway, I set out one summer's evening. I had my iPod playing some really chill songs and I felt really good about myself. I can't really get cell phone signal where I go because the trees cover it, but I like listening to my music. Now I was a good 40 minutes into my hike. There was enough moonlight for me to see where I was going. That's how I normally planned my hikes, when the moon was out of its brightest on the most clear days, so I can see everything. I'm really enjoying myself this night. I found true tranquility. I decided to stop for a minute, take off my headphones, and just pour out some of the hot chocolate I had in my flask. Now, the second I do this, I have the feeling that I'm not alone, and I can't describe this feeling. It's almost like I'm comfortable in my own presence, but I don't want to be joined by anyone else, and this unsettles me. I just think I'm just being a little paranoid. I say to myself, thank God I've got my rifle, and I could have sworn I heard a laugh afterwards. No, it must have been just an animal, surely. So I go about drinking my hot chocolate. As I do so, and I'll never forget this, I hear someone whisper behind me, "Mind if I have some?" And a terrifying laugh follow. Now the next few seconds is a complete blur as I fumble, fall over getting up, grab my rifle, and scream myself, and sprint in the complete opposite direction to where I heard the voice and back onto the trail. I try and scream out that I have a gun, but I can't get the words out. What's worse is I hear rustling behind me. I continue sprinting up the trail, only to slip temporarily again, and now on my back. I lay there wondering whether it's better to pretend I'm still. I look behind me, and I can see what appears to be the butt of a cigarette lit in the distance. Well, looks like I'm going to keep moving then. I get up again, and scream I have a gun and I'm not afraid to use it. What's worse, I'm sure I hear laughter in the distance after saying this. I sprint all the way back to my car. I don't even bother going back for my flask or anything. I immediately get on my radio and call it into the park rangers in the area, who say they're going to check it out and they want me to show them exactly where it is. I say you've got no chance and speed out of there. And the whole drive home, I can't stop thinking, who in their right mind was out there? How long were they stalking me for, and what on earth did they want? They clearly weren't mentally sane, whoever or whatever this was. Now, I don't believe in the paranormal, but this could have easily been something like that, because why would you be out there with no torch or anything? Maybe it is an insane person. All I know is that I never got to the bottom of it, and I never went out on my own in the woods at night again. I come from a big country family. We live on a farm. We raise our own food and meat animals, and we hunt and process. My dad's first cousin is even a licensed taxidermist, so we get a lot of hunting in. For a bit of backstory, on the homestead I grew up on and that we still live in, it was my parents, my pop's first cousin and his wife, me and my 4 sisters, and my 4 female second cousins. So 4 adults and 9 kids. And sometimes my pop's brothers come to stay with us too, especially during the hunting season. So hunting season is on, and my pops and his brother and the cousins we live with are all getting ready to go hunting. Some of the kids decide to tag along with me, my sister and my cousin. We get permission from one of my uncle's friends to hunt his lands away, and it's basically on several hundreds of acres of forest. Now, an important fact, during the time we're setting up, my pops and uncles are quiet while the 3 of us kids talk, and my voice hasn't changed. This is important. Us kids keep chatting away while the adults are just getting louder and feeling more energy while they check out the survival equipment, making sure the guns are clean and working, etc. Now there's a rustling in the thick brush around us, and suddenly 3 creepy looking guys enter the clearing. They literally stop dead. One of them has a hand on his knife on his belt. They're clearly drunk as hell. They kept looking between A and S and my pops and uncle, like debating something. My pops and uncle stand up. Last bit of backstory, every guy in my family is huge. I'm 19 and 6'5", My dad is 6'10" and 280 pounds, Jesus. Just deeply intimidating men. And so are my uncles. The guys laugh nervously as my Uncle V picks up one of his rifles, pointing it at them. The dudes start running off into the clearing like the devil's after them. My pops immediately says we're clearing out. My uncles don't question it, and neither do we. We're freaking out, and we're totally scared now. I mean, we're taking things down really sloppily, but my pops doesn't say anything about us messing up the camping equipment. When we get back, we instantly call the police, who unfortunately don't take it serious. We also told the owner of the land to be careful of his kids. The craziest thing is that, at that moment I realised A and S and me, with my unchanged voices, are the only voices that these guys would have heard, so they clearly come across here, trying to find some children on their own. Just down the road from where I lived a few years ago, in southeast Australia, is an opening into about 100 acres of woodlands and bush that I frequently went into when I was younger to do the usual things, riding and camping, etc. I was out driving at around 11:30 with my girlfriend, and as we're in the area, I decided to show her the woodlands while we sat in the area, as she enjoys everything to do with nature. And it's still summer, so it's an extremely warm night. I left my car with the light shining into the trees as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the two of us just kind of sat around chatting and just relaxing. She was sitting on a sort of map of the area that had been used before, and there was some plastic around us. I kept getting this feeling like we're being watched though. Now I've read on here a few people have said that they felt like they're in danger, although nothing around them was off. Everything was fine, apart from the feeling I had, and I just can't explain it. After lighting another cigarette, my nerves are calmed. I scanned the tree line again and realised that it looked different than before. It was only after starting into the dark that I saw that there was now moonlight, lighting up all around us, and I can see a black shape blocking where we come from before. This I didn't see before. I've got goosebumps just typing this, but the only way to describe it is that all sound just ceased and everything went dead silent for a few seconds. I had this disgusting feeling of dread coming over me as I saw motion in the dark path, as something literally crawls towards us on all fours. Now I've seen nearly every animal in the outback here, and we don't have any large predators like in the US or Europe, but somehow I knew this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding from us, and it starts slowly coming towards us, clearly hunting. Now I don't know if my girlfriend saw it or not, as it was kind of dark, but I saw that thing get up on its two legs, just staring at us. Now I'm 6'4", and this thing was about another half meter larger than me, with arms that were far too long. I mean, they're literally reaching the ground. I'm terrified now. All I can make out was an off-white, almost yellowish fur colour it had, and a strange wolf-like head. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it's at this point that my girlfriend gasped, which seems to break the silence between us. I grab her arm, and we sprint to the car, slam into the doors. This thing is tearing after us too. We both screamed. We tear out of there quick, not even looking back. It took us half an hour to calm down enough to talk about what we had seen. We both discussed it many times and know what we saw wasn't fake. We still have no explanation to it to this day. It's really scared me, and I've never went back to that area since. I always used to go camping a few years ago. I stopped doing it as much recently because of work, but I still get out there on the odd occasion, and I love it. I never had anything weird happen to me while I was actually camping, but some of the strangest things would happen when I was driving. It was never too bad, I'd just see strange lights in the sky, but I was sure that was just because I was tired. There was one thing I could never explain though, however. So I was driving back from a camping trip one summer's evening when I see somebody standing in the road. I don't know what they're doing, so I slowly drive up to them. They're not facing me, they're facing directly away from me. I turn my lights on to try and let them know that I'm there, but they don't move. I stop my car and get out and I say, "Hey bud, I need you to move out of the road for me please, is everything okay?" And I'm not kidding you, the second I finish my sentence, they fall to the ground. Well, I say they, all of their clothes do. It's almost like somebody just disappeared. I rub my eyes and I'm sure that I'm just sleep deprived and hallucinating, and I get back in my truck and slowly drive towards it. To my horror, I can see only a pool of blood exactly where I thought the person was standing, but it's dried blood like it's been there for weeks. I have no idea what it is. I immediately do a U-turn, scream to myself for what felt like an eternity, and get the hell out of there. To this day, I still have no idea what happened or who that was. There was nowhere for them to have run, and if they did, I would have saw footsteps in the dirt. There was neither. The drive home from work was always a long one for me. I had to drive through miles of woodland roads completely on my own. It was about an hour's drive, but I got used to it. I used to get finished on my night shift at about 10 o'clock, and I'd always turn on the radio and just enjoy my drive. There was one cold winter's night in December that really shook me up though, however. So I'm about 10 minutes into the drive, trying to demist my dashboard, when suddenly I have a feeling come over me like I'm being watched, and I can't shake it. It's a weird feeling, but it went away after a few minutes, and as I'm driving, I suddenly realise that I've lost my power steering. That's odd. It normally comes on again if this happens, which it rarely does, but then I see my lights go off and my engine cut out. It was almost like somebody let off an EMP in the atmosphere. Everything just stops, and I crawl to a halt. I'm confused out of my mind, but I'm not scared. And as I'm sitting there, I become aware of just how dark it is around me. It's literally pitch black because of the trees. 10 seconds later, the radio comes on, and I can hear a staticky voice saying, "Please don't be scared." And suddenly, my engine comes back on without me turning the ignition, and everything else goes back to normal. Needless to say that I was terrified in this moment. I drive back home as quick as I possibly can. Nothing like it ever happened since, and I still have no explanation to it to this day. I grew up in the south. There's tons and tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice. But along with that, it's pretty boring. Being a teenager and wanting to go out and have fun led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping that something good can come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go and hang out at, like a club or cool bar, and the places that were close to us were boring, because we'd went to them so often. I'm sure if you've ever lived in a rural area, you can understand it. Something that I found a ton of enjoyment in as a team was just cruising around super late at night listening to music. I would fill up my gas tank, grab something to drink, and I'd just drive off until the sun comes up. It was a way to clear my head and relax. Those country roads are always fun to drive down at 2 AM, and was just also the right amount of spooky. I don't know why that made me laugh. Well, one night, I absolutely got more than I bargained for. I can't remember what month it was exactly, but I knew for a fact it was in the summertime, because I was out of school, and I also remember it being a comforting, chilled night. So, if I was to guess, it was probably around July or August. I was cruising around like I always did, and was completely worry-free. I had music blaring, and I'm in my zone. I decided to head down and park just out of boredom. This particular park is at the end of a very long stretch of desolated country road, but 'tis a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean that it's some dirt road that goes through the woods or anything crazy. It's a normal paved road, but there really is nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down, and to get to the park after about 10 minutes into the drive. That's where the houses start spreading out further and further before there's none, and just a road leading to a park. I think a lot of the reason I like this drive is, at night, it's so creepy, and there's really no getting over that. I love the adventure of it. Now, the park isn't open for camping or anything. It's mostly just lots of land with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woodland. So obviously it's around 3 AM in the morning. It's pretty dead. I made it there and just did a slow normal loop around the park. The night before it stormed so badly. So I remember my parents and I had to take shelter because of the threat of a tornado. There ended up being no tornado, but the storms were pretty rough. Because of it, I come up on a fallen tree in the road that looped around to the exit of the park that must have been caused by the storm. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I knew for a fact that there was no way it could have gotten there from a car, obviously. It was pitch black everywhere besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way. I just drove when I entered the park. I knew that this was super dangerous and there was no way. At this point on the road, there was flat land on each side of me. I figured that it would make the most sense just to back up to the grass beside me, just a little, and then drive back the way I come. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going out in the wrong way because it's so late. So now I start to back off the road so I can get my car to turn around. All was good until I pull off onto the road. I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud there is. My car went absolutely nowhere. My back tyres are completely stuck and were spinning in places where I didn't think they could. I start getting scared now. It really isn't the most ideal of situations to be in. I immediately take my cell phone out of my pocket and saw that I had service, which comes as a massive relief. I call my parents and tell them what's happening and where I was. I'm pretty annoyed, but they said that they're gonna pay for the tow truck to get me. My parents both drove their small 4-door sedans, and they said that they would be zero help in the situation I'm in. It was about 45 minutes away from my home, and most of human civilization, so I was pretty sure I'm going to be stuck there for at least an hour before someone comes to get me. It's a freaky feeling. But I try getting out of my head and just continue listening to music and playing on my phone. There's not really a lot I can do. After I kind of calmed down from the initial anger I had, I started to check out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because everything's going on, but in front of my car's placement was a field that's full of deer. It's the most I've ever seen in my life. There legitimately must have been 40 deer just walking around eating grass. The field wasn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock, I would have easily hit one. So if I'm gonna guess, they're probably about 30 yards away. I watch him for a little bit, but I'm quickly over it and start browsing through my socials on my phone. They seem to have been over it quicker than I was, because they all go back to eating grass after figuring out I'm not going to attack them. After browsing my phone for 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that the tow truck guy's coming. He's about an hour and a half away. Still to this day, I remembered hearing that and thinking, "You've got to be kidding me." I understood that me and only me is the reason that I'm in this situation, so I can't complain. But I mean, come on. I decide that the smartest thing to do now is to make sure all the doors are locked and lay back and sleep for a bit. So that's what I do. Okay, here we go. So I wake up 45 minutes later to the feeling of being watched. I'm not sure if anyone has ever experienced it before. I don't know how common it is, but it's almost like a sixth sense was going off in my head telling me I need to wake up. Now. Waking up to that feeling in that situation is horrifying. I sit up and immediately check my surroundings to see nothing. I look through my car very quickly for any kind of weapon and find a pocket knife. A pocket knife. Great. I'm really scared now, even though I haven't saw or heard from anyone. I was shocked to see that the field of deers in front of me was still full. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess they were just gonna move. But they're motionless. I call my parents back to see if they've heard anything. I decide not to mention how scared I am because I know it's gonna worry them. And there's no updates from the tow truck guy, so this can't be much worse. The last call just lasted a few minutes, and I felt like an idiot. They both had to wake up for work quickly after, and now they spent over $100 to try and get me home, and they're worried about me. We hung up, and I looked up from the phone, and immediately went from 0 to 100 in a panic. All of the deer in front of me had perked up, staring in the same direction in front of them. Every single one of them. One of them stopped dead in their tracks, standing completely still. The others followed, looking at something. I put my high beams on and stared, waiting for absolutely anything to happen. But there's nothing. I tap my horn real quick. They don't even budge. That's what scares me. They were completely glued to what was in front of them instead of being scared by me. I know they were looking into the woods, but where I was, I can only see them. I can hear my heartbeat, and I grabbed my pocket knife and just waited for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them in unison ran the opposite direction that I'm in. And now within 10 seconds, it's completely empty with just me in the field. I'm petrified in fear. I knew that staying in my car would be the safest thing, but I'm now stuck. My head is on a swivel. I'm freaking out in every possible way. I assumed that it's a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point that it's the devil himself. I don't know what to do now. I knew that the tow truck was close by, but I have no idea where. I start shaking because of nerves, and just look around me to make sure nothing was by me, and focusing on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an actual eternity, sitting in complete silence and darkness in the middle of nowhere, waiting for something to jump out and attack me. Now 15 of the longest minutes of my life go by, and I start to see lights break through the tree line on the road. As it gets closer, I see it's a tow truck guy. The lights on in his truck feel like Jesus coming. He gets up to me and I jump out of the car and say, "Do you have a gun?" I tell him what's happened, and he said something's definitely nearby. He let me know that he grabbed his shotgun in the truck and assured me that it's probably a bear or bobcat. He gave me the whole They're more scared of you than you're of them crap. The tree was small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way and hooked up my car. He wasn't really listening to what I was saying about the story, but knew I was shaken up from it. The whole time, I still had my eyes glued on the field looking for anything. He was completely done with everything in about 15 minutes, and he told me that to follow his truck out of there and onto the main road's the best bet. I got in my car and was ready more than anything to get out of there. We start to move away from the spot I'm in, and I still had my head on a swivel, completely shaken up. As we're driving away, I look in my rear view, and just out of the way, I could see the partially lit up spot where I was from the vehicle lights. I watch in my rear view mirror as a man comes out of the tree line behind my car and walks into the middle of the road watching us. He's a huge person too. My heart stops. I legitimately start bawling out of fear. I can't see any details of the man. I don't care about that, honestly. The feeling when we're driving away was the worst of my life. He stands there the whole time. Now, he was there watching me, creeping up on me when I'm completely alone for a very long time. Maybe even coming up to my window watching me sleep. That's a feeling that I can't quite put into words. The entire time we're driving off, as long as I can see him, he doesn't move. He just watches. A million things are racing through my mind now. I was scared that there might have been multiple people waiting for us. I was trying to figure out if I should start beating on my horn or what. I decide all I want to do though is get out of there, more than anything. The second we finally got out of the park and was able to be on two roads, I drive past the tow truck driver doing at least 70 miles per hour. I run inside, quickly saying sorry to my parents and nothing more, run into my room, not sleeping for a single second that night. I was searching everywhere for what could have happened, escaped convicts, whatever, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm never going to know who was out there or what they were planning to do to me. I never told my parents this story either until years after, and it freaked them out when I told them it, even in my older age. I never went back to that park ever again, and I never will for as long as I live. Years ago, when I was still a teenager, my friend Justin and I would often go longboarding at night. As my friends and I are quite the night owls, we love the freedom of almost never seeing another soul on the roads or the paths we frequented. Even when using main roads, it would be very rare to see a car out so late in such a rural area. And you could see or hear them coming from very far away due to their headlights and the noise of the vehicle disrupting the peace. We were really into it at the time, and would often ride our boards for miles and miles, not seeing anyone until the sun was up. One particular night, we decided to ride a few miles away from our usual back roads to take one of our favourite hidden routes. It began with a narrow, paved path that was the only piece of land separating two sides of a long lake. It would often sink under due to rain, and we wanted to seize the opportunity to use it before it rained and went underwater again. It was roughly 2 miles long and extremely relaxing to ride through due to scenery. After making it to the end of the lake, we decided to keep moving and continue on our way and turn into a very close path that leads into a densely wooded area of a national park. As we came up to the first hill, we looked down at the bottom into the blackness. We both noticed what appeared to be a tiny ball of light moving down there. At first we think it's a park ranger, but it moves so strangely, and it was extremely difficult to make out what it is. Rather than shine our flashlights down, we curiously watched out for a few moments, whispering to each other what it could be. And all at once, That small light turned into multiple blinding lights and extremely loud revving sounds. Overwhelming our senses as to become accustomed to the darkness and silence. Acting purely on fear, we instantly turned around and ran as fast as we could, hearing yelling and revving gaining behind us. By sheer luck, we managed to run off the path into a very dark, very overgrown hole in the side of a hill overlooking where we just come from. We decided to hide in the natural dugout of this hill, hoping the plants and darkness would be enough to protect us from whatever was happening out there. We watched our pursuers right up to where we originally were standing. There were 4 men, 2 on 4-wheelers, 2 on motorbikes, each other yelling something, but we can't make out what they're saying due to the distance. We felt safe enough to whisper softly to each other and speculate who these people could have been. Our first thought was that they might be park rangers of some kind, although we've never seen any in here, and we've been here a lot of times. And honestly, we doubted that this country had the budget for them this deep, unless they're on a big manhunt or something, which has happened in neighbouring states. Besides, these men are on vehicles that are inappropriate for paved bike trails. They're very angry too, and we don't know why. They call out for us for a while, yelling things like, "We know you're there, and we can see you, come out." We stay silent and decide to call on their bluffing instead of running. Eventually, I heard one of the men yell, "Find them now," and smash a bottle. That had erased any hope that they're rangers. We watched them split up, and each of them gone a different way down a series of paths on their vehicles, including the one that we've just come from. It took us what felt like ages to move. We're frozen in fear in that dugout, watching the lights from the vehicles travelling through the woods and paths. One of them already come in full circle and passing the point that we started on. I thought about calling for help, but I was too afraid. I was scared that the smallest amount of sound would give away our location. After waiting for the lights of the vehicles to reach our furthest distance yet, we finally summoned the nerve to get up and to run somewhere far enough away from them to make a call. We ran as hard and fast as we can through the woods, since their headlights gave their locations away on the paths. We would hide again whenever we felt like they're close. Our available hiding spots were getting progressively worse as the woodland became less dense, and the fear is overwhelming. Finally though, we emerged from the woods onto the intersection of the 2 main roads, far enough away from where we started. We ducked down into the ditch to call for help. I opened my phone. I noticed I had recent missed calls from one of our friends, Connor, who we're supposed to meet up with after our longboarding excursion. I called him and frantically asked where he is. Luck's with us again, and he hadn't given up on our plans despite us ignoring him. He's only a few miles away now, already heading in our direction. I gave him the names of 2 of the streets we're near. I explained that we need to be picked up immediately. He agrees to speed over to us while Justin and I were waiting and hiding. Thankfully, Connor arrived before any of them men did. We bolted into the back seat of his car, yelling for him to get out of there. He took off fast. Relief doesn't begin to explain how I felt after being safely driven home. After explaining everything that happened to Connor, we ended up just moving on with our night and decided not to call the police. We figured they'd be gone by the time any officer made it out there, and that we're putting ourselves at risk by admitting that we were breaking the law being out there. Justin and I later admitted to each other that when the Reverend started, we could see our minds going to Chainsaw Killer or something worse. Frustratingly enough, whatever them weird men saw that made them want to chase us so bad, we actually never saw, so they even had no reason to chase us. I never found out what they were actually doing or why they're so angry at us. I just know we're in a very dangerous situation, and to be honest, we're probably lucky to make it out of there alive. me and my friend John loved to go for hikes in a national park that was a couple of hours drive away from where we lived. We'd often end up camping overnight. We'd always bring our camping gear in case we didn't make it back in time off the trail when it was dark. Now, we usually did this in summer evenings. Oftentimes we'd never encounter anyone else except for the odd park ranger. It was normally nice to see them, and we'd have a good laugh for a little bit. I always respected park rangers and embraced them when I saw them. Now, we set out on this one hike during one summer's evening 2 years ago. We were having a really good time. We're just talking about life. My friend's talking about not really liking his job much, and he's complaining about the hours and the work they have him do. He works in a hospital and really doesn't enjoy it, and I felt pretty bad for him. He's only starting and they're making him do all the dirty work pretty much. I wasn't too happy in my life either at the time. I had some big changes coming, and I was waiting on people, and I hate waiting. I really can't stand it. So we're talking about this for hours, and honestly, it's like a therapy session, and I really enjoy it. We keep talking and we're talking about the highs and lows of life, things that are coming, and things that we just want to see change. We're both saying it's surprising how that this time next year, we have no idea where we're going to be or what we're going to be doing. We're just putting the work in now. As we finish talking, we realise it's nightfall and there's already moonlight illuminating around us. I love moonlight, and we say, hey, how about we set up camp? John agrees. We walk further down, and just as we think we found a good camping spot, we see another tent further up. Now there's this horrible smell there, so we're sure that whoever this is has hunted an animal, and they've left it out there, which is kind of disgusting, but they might be skinning it, getting it ready to eat. My friend goes over to say hello, and just say that not to worry about us, we're going to move further away so he can have his own space. And what do you know? A park ranger appears. You can see his hat from a mile away. As we go over there, we realise that there's something not quite right about this ranger. We can't really tell what. He doesn't have a normal uniform on. Well, he has a hat at least, but he has a big coat on. It's not cold enough for a coat. He says very few words when he speaks to us. He just says, yeah, I'm just setting up camp. We're out looking for someone, and that we should leave. I end up talking to him for a little while, and a lot of what he's saying doesn't make sense, and I get this really weird vibe from him, like he's looking at me but he's not, and he's trying to look through me at the same time, if that makes sense. He says, are we armed? And we say, yeah, we've both got hunting rifles, but we got a permit. He asks to see it, and my buddy shows him his. He says, that's okay, you haven't got to get yours out to me. And then John says that we need to get moving and should probably set up camp. He says fine, and the second he turns around, my buddy John grabs me hard by the arm and starts walking really fast, guiding me. Now I'm confused because, well, we're out in the middle of nowhere in a national park. There's going to be lots of places we can go and set up our camp. But there was something different about the way he grabbed me. It felt really urgent. I can't describe it. I don't need to know any more about the situation, and I should start to lightly jog with him. The second we're away from the camp, I turn back and I can see the ranger still watching us. He's standing in the exact same spot as before though, which is something I find very odd. The second that we get over this hill, John says run, and I don't question it, and we start sprinting as fast as we can back the way we've come. He starts telling me, I don't think that's a park ranger. I say, what? You're kidding me? He says, no, just run. And we run for miles and have to stop eventually to catch up with our breaths. He says, I don't think that was a dead animal we could smell, and that guy definitely wasn't a park ranger. I said, how'd you know? He's just wearing a coat. He said when he looked at our permits, he didn't even look. And then he said it was fine, and a park ranger would have to check both of us had permits, pretty much. I got a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach as I remember turning round and looking at the park ranger just standing there staring at us, and a lot of what he said didn't make sense. God, it all clicked now. We continued hiking into the morning and eventually make it back to our car. We drive immediately to the park ranger station, and the park rangers there say that nobody's out in that area and they're definitely not camping. Eventually, they sent out some people to go and investigate and got the police involved. It turned out that they suspect that this guy had murdered someone, and where we encountered him, he moved everything and hid the body. The police are still out there looking for it today.